This is going to be awesome. That'll be fun. All right, everyone, we're going to get started. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and it's led by Boy Scout Troop 321 and Cub Scouts Den 2. So everyone please stand. Oh, sorry. They actually tell you to stand.
Color guard, front and center. Color guard, please retrieve the colors. Scout salute. Color guard advance. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Color guard, please post the colors. Color guard dismissed. Can we all be seated?
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Item number 2 is changes to the order of the agenda. We will be moving item 5A, which is an update on public safety from the fire departments and police department, to 8A for reports to council. Mr. Rubens, is there a report from closed session? Mr. Rubens, is there a report from closed session?
We had a special meeting earlier tonight, and there was a closed session. There's no report from that closed session.
Thank you. Okay, we will start with council communications and announcements. Mr. Olbert.
None at this time.
Mr. Grisilli.
I have nothing tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Collins.
None for me.
Mr. Grocott.
Yes, I have 2 items. The first one is, I'm sure all of us have been reading in the newspaper about the things that have been happening with the mosquito abatement district. And it was actually our own representative, Betsy Schneider, who unveiled all of that and the embezzling that is alleged to have happened. And the reason I bring it up is I would like an item on our next or maybe the following council meeting after, I suppose, one of the meetings in February, where we might make a recommendation as a council on events that may happen after this trial. And what I'm thinking of especially is the position of the director and a recommendation that that person might be asked to resign from his position.
Okay, so. Mr. Maltby, did you take note of that?
I did, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
And on a happier note, as a fellow Lions Club member, I wanted to announce that our Lions Club here in San Carlos is having a crab feed. It's the 14th annual, and that's on January 28th right here in town at Mahaney Hall. And they have a no-host bar at 5:30, unless Kevin Clay's there. I think he'll pick up the tab for most folks. And dinner's at 6:30.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Grocott. I have a handful of announcements to make. First off, for those of you who are in the audience, and hopefully the cameras will be able to pan, we were given a presentation from the head of the People's Government of, I'm going to try my best at the pronunciation, Shangxiang County, Shandong Province, which is China. It's I don't even know how to describe it. It's a painting or a sketch of the number 1 producer of roses in the world. And they brought that. We had a new business open up called Sunergen Technology, and they gave it to us as a city as a formal gift. So feel free to come by City Hall and take a look. It's actually a very beautiful painting. Next, we have, this is the 13th annual Week of the Family. It runs from January 21st, a couple of days ago, to January 28th. Please go to sancarlosweekofthefamily.org for a schedule. There's events tonight, tomorrow night, and throughout the rest of the week. We also had a Chamber Awards Recognition Gala last week on Thursday, and I just want to list off the award winners for those of you who couldn't attend. Ambassador of the Year for the Chamber was given to Mary Harris from Intero Real Estate. Member of the Year was Melanie Young from Roaring Pajamas. Green Business Awards were PG&E, In-N-Out Burger, Artistic Millwork, and Santorini Restaurant. Business Beautification Awards were given to Arata Equipment Company, Nothing Bundt Cake, Pete's Coffee and Tea, Red Hot Chili Pepper, San Carlos Eye Care, South Bayside Waste Management Authority / Rethink Waste. Business of the Year was presented to the Hiller Aviation Museum, and Citizen of the Year was presented to former Mayor Randy Royce. And the last item on the agenda is myself, members of the Police Department, Fire Department, and City Management will be meeting with PG&E next week on issues pertaining to San Carlos, and we will bring a report back at our next City Council meeting. So that's all I got.
There's one more item I forgot to mention,
Mr.
Mr.
Grocott.
Mayor, and that is there was one other event that did happen this past week, and that is that the mayor attended his former classroom, Ms. Vandor, and Ms. Vandor is my son's teacher, and he told me all about it, so I
Yes.
just thought I'd mention that.
She was my fourth grade teacher, and I'm a tutor in her fourth grade class now. So moving on to item 5A, we have some presentations. We have two presentations. First is a presentation of proclamations to Kirkland Spector, Jesse Clay, and David Kelm upon receiving their Eagle Scouts Award, and followed up by a presentation of proclamations to San Carlos Boy Scout Den 2 Pack 65 for their efforts in the recent Scouting for Food program. All right, so first up, let's bring the Eagle Scouts up. And I'm going to read the proclamations, then we'll have you each introduce yourself and tell us what your project was, of course. So it says, proclamation honoring Kirkland Spector, David Kelm, and Jesse Clay. Whereas the Boy Scouts of America is a character-building organization composed of young men who are seeking to prepare themselves as better leaders and citizens for tomorrow by developing those traits and strengths of character of all people, and whereas Scouting plays a vital force in the lives of many hundreds of boys in the city of San Carlos who are guided by a great many adult volunteers who have given generously of their time and talents, and whereas the special and unique honor of achieving the highest award in Scouting has been earned by Kirkland Spector, David Kelm, and Jesse Clay of Troop 321. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Andy Klein, Mayor of the City of San Carlos, hereby congratulate the three of you. I also, no, please. I also had the pleasure this weekend of meeting with a Boy Scout whose father was an Eagle Scout, and I learned an interesting fact. You don't refer to them as, you can't say you were an Eagle Scout. You're always an Eagle Scout, and that's pretty impressive, gentlemen. So please introduce yourself and tell us what your project was.
I'm David Kelm. I go to Cromont High School, and I'm a senior. And for my project, I organized a large food drive with Second Harvest Food Bank, and I raised 1,700 pounds of food.
Hi, my name is Kirkland Spector. I'm 17. I go to Summit Prep in Redwood City. My project was to build the computer network for two sister schools for my school in San Jose, which included servers, domains, network firewall, and switches.
I'm Jesse Clay, and I'm a senior at Uniprosa High School in San Mateo. And for my project, we worked at Bethany Lutheran Church in Menlo Park. We restriped the parking lot and helped fix up an old wall that had been run down around the parking lot.
Well, congratulations, gentlemen. I want to give you your proclamations, and I'm going to ask you to stay up here so you can help me out with the Boy Scouts. So here you go, David. And congratulations. Kirkland. Okay, can we break?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Batteries?
Maybe the battery.
Battery ran down.
Speak loud. Project.
Join me over here. Okay, so we're going to improvise a little bit. I'd like to call Pack 65 Den 2 up. You guys want to just stand right here in front of the Eagle Scouts? Okay, many of you who read the local papers saw on Thursday, December 15th in the Daily Journal, there was a nice article written about this den right here. They banded together to do a program where they were doing Toys for Tots, but they were also raising to send off not parting gifts, but we have a St. Harlan who's going to Afghanistan, and this den right here wanted to make him feel special and make sure he was sent off with a lot of love and support from the community. And so they did a drive for him, and it really touched the hearts of a lot of people. And I actually received emails about this den where they said you have to bring them to the council chambers, and you really should congratulate these young boys for doing what they're doing. So we wanted to bring them here. We want to introduce, I believe they're Cub Masters here? Yes, Lee, if you want to talk a little bit about the den, and then we're going to have, fortunately we don't have a roving mic, so it's going to be a little hard. If you want to introduce each of them.
Sure.
Okay.
So this is Den 2. These the boys here I've been with now for 4 years. My son's in it. The den leader Dave Hill, son's in it. Mark Maxwell, a couple other people in the community are in it. They've done a really good job. Not only have they been one of the leaders in helping this Marine Lance Corporal who was heading out to Afghanistan and setting up some drives for him, but this is also our leading den for scouting for food. Over the last couple of years, they on average by themselves have brought in 2,000 pounds. This year, as a pack, we brought in 11,300 pounds. A lot of it done from their motivation of the rest of the scouts.
Well, congratulations, gentlemen, and I'm going to actually ask the Eagle Scouts to hand them their proclamations. If you guys can introduce yourself, and then we'll have these gentlemen hand you your proclamations. So we're going to go one by one. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Kai Hill.
All right, next.
I'm Ben Perry. I'm Michael Dascarolas. I'm Thomas Boland. I'm Loden Bullier. I'm Aiden Chua. I'm Sam Maxwell. I'm Olman Torno.
Well, congratulations, gentlemen. And we also have something for Cub Master Lee Torno. Here you go. And Den Leader David Hill. And thank you all, gentlemen. You guys are a great inspiration to this town, and thank you for all of what you do. Congratulations.
Sorry about the battery.
Just keep making my list.
Of course you do.
Good thing it wasn't me.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, we are going to give it just one more minute for everyone to clear out, and there are seats available now for those in the foyer who would like to come in. Okay, we are going to keep going. We are at now item number 6, which is public comment. Persons wishing to address the City Council on matters not on the posted agenda may do so. Each speaker is limited to 2 minutes. I only have one public comment card for non-posted items. That is Gary Richard Arnold. All right, Mr. Arnold, you have 2 minutes.
Mayor, councilmen, especially the people that are watching. Off my topic just a little bit, I didn't prepare to say this, but I'm very concerned over the last couple of weeks that what's happened in the United States has never happened in a Western industrialized country. We have a Military Authorization Act that allows the military to grab any person off the street without reason and keep them indefinitely. They can disappear them. And when I see young kids like this that are coming up as citizens and supposed to be studying the Constitution, and every one of you took an oath to the Constitution, I cannot understand why people aren't up in arms about this. This goes back even before the Magna Carta. Churchill said when the habeas corpus, the great writ, was a dividing line between despotism and freedom. And there's no excuse for you not making for anybody accepting this right now. We're living under a dictatorship by design. I came to mention about your Beacon Participation Award. Whoever prepared this for you cut off part of the information. They have a number of utility companies down here, but they didn't put down it's a statewide energy efficiency cooperative. It is run by several organizations. One is the Institute of Local Government, funded by the Ford Foundation in 1955. Their purpose, they said, was to so alter the United States that it could comfortably merge with the Soviet Union. The other sponsor of this is a front for the World Bank. It is ICLEI. It is those policies you have forced, according to this...
Mr. Arnold, ICLEI is on the agenda, so if you want to speak about ICLEI, we will get to that moment.
This has to do with policy, not your joining it. You force the people, the ratepayers, to support this policy. And I think that's very dangerous. The city managers, the California League of Cities, California Forward is attacking attacking self-government by setting up an AMBAG-style Soviet. But I encourage you to look at the documentary that I gave you. Be very jealous of self-government. Don't be giving away your power to regional agencies.
All right, thank you, Mr. Arnold. Excuse me. There will be no clapping. We do not disrupt the proceedings. If you want to clap, we will have you. We'll move everyone outside, and you'll come in one at a time to speak. That's the only warning you're going to get tonight. Okay, moving on to item 7, approval of consent calendar. Items 7A through C. Consent calendar items are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless members of the council, staff, or public request specific items to be removed for separate action. Is there does anyone wish to remove any items? Is there a motion?
So moved.
I'll second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Brusili?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
Yes. Okay, moving on to item 8A. We are going to take item 5A now, which is update on public safety, fire department, and police department.
Brian, where is everything? Okay, stop talking. Brian, do you know where everything is? I think it's in that folder. Yeah. Oh, there it goes. Oof. Okay, sorry about that.
All right, Chief Skinner.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm glad to be here tonight to update you on the proceedings from October 1st when we first started the San Carlos Fire Department. And again, from our last update to today, we're still very, very proud of the men and women of the San Carlos Fire Department. And in fact, we have some more data that Chief Maupin will share with you tonight about where we've been and where we're going. We've learned over the last few months an awful lot about starting a fire department. The challenges have been many, but not any that we haven't overcome. And I think over the next few months, after we get some more people through training, get some more miles, if you will, we'll be up and running and smooth sailing from here on out. As you've noticed that the men and women have been out in the public, and Chief Maupin has some statistics to share, but they're becoming the face of the San Carlos Fire Department, San Carlos fabric of the city, and we're very, very proud of that. So without any more note, well, Deputy Chief Maupin will share the rest of the slides with you.
Mr. Mayor, member of the council, Stan Maupin, your Deputy Fire Chief. As Chief said, we're going to give you a quick update on what's been going on in the San Carlos Fire Department since October 1st to December 31st. Starting off with kind of the basis for what we're doing lately is hiring and training of new employees. As you know, we've been working hard to bring up some new employees into the organization to become fully staffed. Some of the benchmarks that we've met have been, we have 3 new entry-level firefighters and paramedics that have started the San Mateo County Fire Academy, and that academy kicked off on January 17th. It's a 12-week academy, and the graduation is on April 6th. It's a countywide academy that we're sending several agencies with personnel through. Redwood City, South San Francisco, Palo Alto are also joining in on this academy. So we'll have a strong training session for these new employees to build their basis for their future on. We also have 2 more lateral firefighter paramedics that are in background checks right now as part of the beginning process of their hiring. And once they're cleared from that, we'll work on their training. And those 2 positions will bring us to a fully staffed fire department. At that time, some of the challenges, as you know, are not just bringing the people on board, but also providing the training for them, whether it's the firefighting training, the training getting them to be able to operate as paramedics within San Mateo County, and then also the driver training, which is another challenge that we're up against also, but we're working very diligently to bring to closure. So, the operations from October 1st to December 31st, we have a breakdown of what the types of calls that we've been on during this time. During that period, San Carlos responded to 588 different incidents. We averaged 6.4 calls per day, and we had a high of 9 calls a day and a low of 2 calls per day. Some of the breakout in the pie chart is very broad categories, and I know in the past you've been seeking other information on what these categories really break down into. And just for example, if you look on the upper part of the pie chart there, it says number of fires was 5% of the calls we went on, but that doesn't quite break down enough for you to understand what we're talking about. We had 8 responses to reports of building fires. As an example, we had 2 vehicle fires, different kinds of trash fires and other grass fires and those types of responses. So when we say fire, it encompasses all of those types of responses. EMS and rescue, obviously a large chunk of what we do, 57%. That includes obviously EMS runs, and vehicle accidents are included in those along with various other EMS-related calls. Public outreach and public education and community outreach. I know it's a very important part of what the council's directed the fire department to do, and it's very critical to the city of San Carlos. And in a very short period of time, we become very aggressive in reaching out to the public. During October, we had 14 contacts with the public, 10 in November and 10 in December. But breaking those out, they were focused a lot on some joint work with the sheriff's office, especially in the month of December when we had a lot of the holiday events going on. We made many station visits with local children and local citizens. We also had many school visits, and we anticipate these numbers to go up as time goes on. One of the other things we're doing is we're working jointly with the sheriff's office. We're working on an emergency operations center build-up to increase the effectiveness of the emergency operations center. We also have a full-scale exercise scheduled in April. And in April, it'll be a week-long event that'll encompass many cities on the peninsula, San Carlos obviously being one of them. It'll be a one-day event for San Carlos, but we'll do a full-scale, which will involve the folks in the field and an actual city staff working in the Emergency Operations Center. We've also worked closely with the Sheriff's Office to work on some joint command meetings. So we're on the same page, and we're working together to make sure we're meeting the mission of the city. Continuing in the public education and community outreach, we did a joint venture with the Sheriff's Office. We had 11 community events, mostly in the months of December. We had a total of 34 community contacts, And just for the public, any request for public outreach or for public education, station tours and the like can be accessed by going to the City of San Carlos's webpage, going under the fire department, and the requests can be entered electronically through the web. CERT is a big part of our community also, and what the parts that we're active in. We have 17 volunteers that assisted during the Art and Wine Festival. Winter Social was held in December for the team, again bringing them together. Many community members attended this, and we thought it was a very successful event. And we're not wasting any time in kicking off some new classes in February to get those up and running and keep those moving along. Under administration of the fire department, the data analysis update, we spoke about that in our earlier update. We're contracting with a third party to help us bring new benchmarks and new performance measures to the fire department. Some of the traditional methods we've used to look at data throughout the fire service are becoming a little outdated, so we're looking at new ways to show that, to evaluate what we're doing and make sure we're doing the right thing. Within the fire department, we promoted one captain, Chris Pivaronis, who came with, who started in the fire department with us as we started October 1st, and we were happy to have Chris from inside being promoted to fire captain. Within Redwood City, with the command staff providing oversight to the San Carlos Fire Department, we also promoted 2 battalion chiefs, Mike O'Leary and Dan Abrams. Mike O'Leary is here tonight, and the chief will do a short introduction here at the end of this presentation. Fire prevention, a very critical part of what we do in our mission. During that time, we had 212 fire inspections that were done by our fire inspector. That number we anticipate going up quite a bit as we get the engine companies involved in doing their business inspections. And we had 42 plan checks that were reviewed. CodePal, which is an electronic tracking system for our inspections at the company level, and also helps us track the fees that are owed to the fire department and to the city for prevention, will be going fully functional by first quarter 2012, and that'll help us with getting those fees collected in a timely manner. And as you're, I'm sure, very aware, the new inspection fee schedule was adopted in November of 2011. That concludes our presentation, and I'll be open for any questions.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Maupin. Does anyone have any questions? Mr. Olbert?
Yes, Mayor Klein. I do have several. Chief, good evening. Thank you for the presentation, by the way. One question I had is, how many of the calls in the reporting period that you're showing us were to incidents that were outside of the boundaries of the city of San Carlos?
We responded 80 times, 80 times outside the city of San Carlos. And that is within the automatic aid agreement for the county.
Right. And I don't remember the numbers you had up on the slide, so that's 8 out of...
I'm sorry, 80.
8 out of 80.
Yeah. 80 times when we responded, we provided service outside of the city of San Carlos.
Thank you for clarifying that, but 80 out of what was the total?
Oh, I'm sorry, 588.
Out of 588. Sorry. Got it. Thank you. Another question I had was, I know that there's obviously challenges in setting up a new organization and integrating new hires, and particularly with the intense training regimen that firefighters and emergency responders have to go through. What's your sense about how long it'll be before everybody has gone through the various levels of training and is fully integrated into the team?
To get to having all 21 members of the team to a point where they can all fully function within their job scope, we're looking at probably approximately 9 months from this day.
Okay. And last question, at least for now, and then I'll turn the baton over. Given the training window of 9 months, I presume that when folks are being trained, they're obviously not out in the field necessarily responding to calls. So is that reflected back on, for lack of a better term, I'll call it kind of the overtime load? In other words, already experienced people having to, I don't want to say take up the slack, but deal with the fact that some of their comrades are undergoing training.
Sure. And currently, obviously, some of the vacancies create that workload addition also. But at times, if we don't have enough folks trained as drivers, which is one of the big challenges we're working on right now, that may increase the workload on some of those other employees that have to cover those spots.
Do you keep track of that kind of percentage workload or percentage of overtime being incurred? And I would presume right now we're probably above where ideally we'd like to be, but I don't really know that. So
yes, we certainly do track. How much time, the extra time that the employees are working, how many times that they're working because of the training training being not completed yet, and we would be able to provide that if you need it.
Okay,
Yeah.
that'd be great. Thank you.
Mr. Grisilli, do you have any questions? No. Mr. Grocott?
A few. I want to just follow up on that last comment on overtime. I suppose we do have a benchmark. I know we did with the old fire department a benchmark of acceptable overtime, planned overtime, and that was always tracked, so we knew if we were going over it or if we were under it or whatever. And I suppose that's the case here too as well.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. You mentioned about 5% on hazmat. How are we responding to those calls? Are you meaning to say that we do have some capability for handling hazmat calls?
And absolutely, that was one of the things that we wanted to bring up, is that every fire department in San Mateo County responds to hazardous materials calls. If not as just the initial responder, certainly has the ability to take care of it at a very basic level. The hazmat team was for more a situation that becomes more expanded, becomes larger than what the initial crews can handle. So the crews on the street handle the initial call for hazardous materials response.
And 10% on false calls. I know that was another thing that we tried to monitor, and we were coming up with some policies to deal with false calls, so that if especially with a business, if you got 3 repeats, you pay a fine or something like that. Or do we have any kind of policies we're working on with that, or do we following Redwood City or what?
Yes, we've been very successful in Redwood City in reducing the number of false alarm calls, and we're looking at applying that to San Carlos also.
Do you have a benchmark in Redwood City then on what's an acceptable number?
Yeah, what we do is we look at the incidents, and if you have a repeat for 3 incidents within 60 days, then we send out a invoice for a fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
and
so
we're doing the same thing here in San Carlos, but we don't have the data yet to be able to start sending out the letters and encouraging people to fix their systems or get it right.
Good, because if I remember right, and Bob can correct me if I'm wrong, I think that was a policy we instituted, and then we saw a drop when that happened.
We absolutely. Well, we look at it as in Redwood City, it's been a deterrent.
Right.
Not a revenue generator, because that's not what the
No.
purpose is, but we want people to fix their systems and get us off the false alarms. So we'll absolutely be using that here.
And then the only other, it's not really a question, it's more of a comment, is right now we have a lot of guys in training and they're moving up into their position and so forth. But I think long term, something we're going to have to look at with such a small department, especially when we have limited equipment and limited assignments for these professionals who, as well as I do, they like to be active, they like to be trained, and they like to be moving on in their career, much like, say, guys in the military, for instance. And so I think something that we need to be mindful of is the opportunities for promotion, and then also performance scoring within the organization to induce growth and encourage growth amongst our firefighter and paramedic personnel.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree with you more. We don't want to have firefighters feel like there's a dead end. There absolutely isn't. And from the firefighter to the captain's levels, that there's going to be opportunities for that within the San Carlos Fire Department, and outside of the department in Redwood City. Our next recruitment or next testing process for the battalion chief level will be open to everybody to apply, and we'll encourage San Carlos captains to apply for that also. So that gives them the opportunity to promote.
And one more comment in that regard. I think if we can be looking for opportunities and strategic in looking for areas where maybe this department can provide expertise to the area, similar to what we used to have with hazmat. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's something to do with San Carlos Airport or whatever. I think looking for those kind of opportunities so that we have some areas that guys can go into and shine a little bit. That would be a great thing.
We'll look into that.
Thank you.
Mr. Collins, do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
No questions from me either. Thank you very much, Chief, Deputy Chief.
Thank you. Before I leave, I'd like to take a minute and introduce our new battalion chief, Mike O'Leary, who'd like to come up and. Mike likes to talk in public, so I'll just
picked a great night.
Mike and I came in together back in the early 80s, within 6 months of each other. I've had the privilege to work with Mike over those last 30 years. Mike's a stand-up guy. He's really kind of just jumped right into the challenge of battalion chief and then in this new adventure working with San Carlos, and he's done a fantastic job so far, and we're really pleased to have him. I know you'll be pleased with Mike also.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, staff. Look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Chief Rothis.
I'm going to try and do a better job than the fire department did getting my presentation back up here.
Good luck with that, Chief.
Yeah, I don't really like my chances.
Not to give you a hard time, Chief, but how long is it going to be this time?
Pardon me? Okay. Good evening, Mayor Klein, members of the City Council. Greg Rothis, Police Chief. I think I've done about 4 or 5 updates to you, so this will be an annual update to the City Council. Recently what's happened this month is we've had some transfers within the Sheriff's Office, and I'm privileged enough tonight to have 2 of our new sergeants that I'd like to introduce to you tonight. First, I'd like to introduce Sergeant Craig Denton. Craig, could you stand up for a second? Craig comes from the Sheriff's Office. He was the Patrol Administrative Sergeant for the Sheriff's Office at large, and he's coming to us effective immediately, and he will be in charge. He will be the San Carlos Admin Sergeant. So he'll be filling a key role administratively, but he'll also be backfilling on patrol day shift, probably not night shift, but be filling some day shift slots. So you'll see Craig out there on day shift. Craig's background, he started at Half Moon Bay Police. He went to San Mateo Police Department. He's come to the Sheriff's Office. He worked a lot of assignments, including several years as a major crimes investigator, working homicides and other major cases. And now he comes to us with a ton of experience, and we're lucky to have him. So, Craig, welcome aboard. The second person I'd like to introduce is Sergeant Kelly Smith. Kelly? Kelly's a longtime resident of San Carlos. He currently doesn't reside here, but he has grown up here in San Carlos, in the White Oaks area. His family's lived here. He has owned a home in this community. He has close ties to this community. As a teenager, he used to hang out in this community. I think that's where he first met maybe a few of our police officers. But now he's on our side, thankfully. And Kelly has also a lot of good police experience, including extensive investigative experience, which is critical for a sergeant, particularly a night shift sergeant, to be able to have that investigative experience, to impart on younger deputies, but also to bring that into a major crime right away and to have that experience applied on a major crime right away. So we're lucky to have Kelly. Kelly, welcome. I did prepare a staff report for you, and I have a lot of charts and data and a lot of the stuff that you've seen before. And so I don't want to go over all of that, but I did pick out a few ones that I thought were important. Obviously, the first one being it wouldn't be an annual report if I didn't talk about crime rates, and so we were able to get the 2011 numbers for Part 1 crimes in San Carlos. And you see that they're a little lower, but they do fall within basically what is our range between 500 to 700 Part 1 crimes per year.
Chief, I apologize. Part 1 crime, for people that might not know what that means.
Part 1 crimes, there's certain crimes that we use to measure Part 1 crimes. Those are murder, rape, robbery, arson, burglary, assault, and petty theft. So these are the kind of barometer for our business in terms of how busy a community might be. It isn't the end-all and be-all, but it's just a good barometer. So those are Part 1 crimes, and we've held within a certain range, and basically the red trend line is that we basically have a trend line in terms of being flat in San Carlos for crime, and that's pretty good considering all the development we've had since 2003. I picked out a few crimes to go over quickly. First is robbery. We were really concerned about our robberies in 2009. They were pretty much an anomaly and very high, but they've come down the last 2 years, and now we're back within a normal range as it relates to robbery. With respect to burglary, again, we're probably in a normal range again, as it is with respect to burglaries in San Carlos. And then this is probably where we saw the Part 1 crime rate drop, is that the numbers are significantly lower, I think, from thefts and burglaries from vehicles. So that's what's going on with respect to crime issues in the community. And I'd be glad to take any more specific questions you may have at the end of the presentation. What I want to go into now is basically two main things, and in part has been our community engagement since we've taken over the contract and what we've been involved in doing in the community as a sheriff's office, and then talk about what we plan to do for the year 2012, for next year. So the first thing we did, I think, when we rolled out was a school resource officer. We've been very involved in the schools. We've been very involved not only inside the schools, but in traffic around the schools and in helping the schools prepare for emergency preparedness. One of the things that we're doing in addition to the school resource officer position is the school district wasn't that interested when we met with them in the DARE program, but they were interested in other things. And what we've been teaching in there is an anti-bullying curriculum into the middle schools. And we've taught several classes of that. And this bullying is a big thing now with kids. And so we're involved in that curriculum, teaching that curriculum. We did a toy drive in conjunction with B&Keeney's Market, the Kiwanis Club, and the fire department. And that was very successful. And that concluded, and we were able to give a lot of toys and gifts away. We brought the PAL program back. We've had a Citizens Police Academy in the community. And in the late winter here, coming up in, I think, in February or March, we're going to be having a police/fire citizens academy. And that will be, I don't know of any more in the county that are going on like that, but it'll be San Carlos Police, San Carlos Fire have an academy for citizens. I think police will teach 4 classes. Fire will teach 4 classes. We'll have it at the fire station, some here at the police station. And that you'll hear more about very soon. Town hall meeting, we've done a town hall meeting. We participated in National Night Out. Hometown Days, you saw, we brought the sheriff to Hometown Days, and we were in the parade, and we were very much involved in that, and intend to be again this year, and I think the planning is just about ready to start. We've worked on a traffic safety committee in conjunction with our Public Works Director, Al Savay, and we've done some traffic presentation. We've involved the Transportation and Circulation Commission, and reported out to them on some of our traffic numbers and traffic enforcement stats. In terms of what we want to do again next year, I talked about that, the Police and Fire Academy. You'll hear more about that very soon. The mayor mentioned public safety coordination with PG&E. We actually, at the request of the mayor, we have, and out of his concerns, we basically asked for a meeting with PG&E, and we have that meeting set up with the mayor, fire chief, and myself. And several reps of PG&E. That's set up for January 31st, and so we'll be doing that. To continue to increase enrollment in SMC Alert, we have done a good job with that. In fact, there's only 2 cities in San Mateo County that have a higher enrollment for SMC Alert than San Carlos. That's Redwood City, not by very much. We're catching up to them. And then the only other one is San Mateo. And we used that SMC Alert as recently as just the other night when we had an incident with illegal solicitors in the community who were going door to door under the guise of selling magazines, worked their way into a residence, stated that they needed to use the bathroom. They went into the residence. They stole about $4,000 worth of jewelry, and then they left the residence. And we put out an SMC Alert on that, again, to warn people about solicitors. We've been very active and engaged about warning about solicitors. We've been strict enforcement. We've cited solicitors. We've taken their things. And even though the city ordinance violation for illegal soliciting is a minor violation, I want to say that I believe illegal solicitation door-to-door is a serious matter. People should call the police right away. These people often do that under a guise of doing other crimes. And so it's not the illegal door-to-door thing that's the issue so much as it is why are they doing that. We have a very strict program for people to get a permit to sell door-to-door in this community, and it requires fingerprinting and photographing. And currently we have no permits out. So if somebody's going door-to-door saying they have a San Carlos permit, they don't, because we don't have any out. So I want to encourage people, illegal solicitors, please call the police. Crime prevention education, I showed the crime rates, and I really believe that there's an awful lot of power in the hands of people who live in this community to help control the crime rate. By taking personal responsibility and personal accountability for locking our property, for locking our cars, for hiding our valuables, we can do a lot to drop the crime rate. And I really want to focus on that this year. Improved communication about traffic issues. When Councilmember Olbert was elected, he met with myself and the city manager and talked about some of his experiences in learning about the community. One good was that he felt that he had heard that we had done a good job as a police department in terms of responding to traffic matters. We've been very responsive. They call us. We're out there. Where there was constructive criticism is maybe we need to get better at circling back with the community, letting them know what it is that we are doing, what have we done, Are we coming back? What have the results been? And that sort of thing. So again, good constructive criticism, and we're going to work on closing that loop this year. I want to provide council an update on prison realignment. You've heard a little bit about that. The state has been required by law to drop prison population by 35,000 people. That's going to have a trickle-down effect locally. So I will provide an update to the council on that. And continue to support the emergency preparedness initiatives of the city manager in conjunction with the fire department. We're working with them on that. So that's our plans. That's my report. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Chief. Are there any questions for the Chief? Mr. Grocott? Mr. Collins?
Just one. Sometime last year, I don't remember if it was August or September, you went over some of the crime statistics, and the latest one was sort of a projection. It was a year-to-date, but then you projected it over the rest of the year.
Right.
How did that track out? Did it come out?
It tracked out, it was pretty accurate in some areas, high and low, and so it wasn't exactly accurate. It didn't track out right. I mean, we had predicted maybe 4 robberies. I think we ended up with 8. We had projected a higher overall crime rate than we have. So our overall crimes are lower. We projected less felony arrests than we actually ended up with. We projected a little, so it's not off by too much, but a little up and down.
Thank you.
Mr. Grisilli?
No questions.
Mr. Olbert?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Klein. And thank you, Chief, for that very nice report. And thank you also for introducing your new sergeants, since, as everybody knows, it's the sergeants that really make the organization, any
That's
organization,
correct.
work. So, no. One question, I had a couple of questions. One on the clearance rates. I noticed that the clearance rate for property crimes is, of course, significantly lower than that for violent crime, and I understand that in the context of prioritization and whatnot, that we need to address violent crime rates. But I was curious if there was anything that, from your expertise point of view, that could be done to improve clearance rates for property crimes, and if there were things that other communities are doing, since that seems to be a fairly significant proportion of our actual crime rate.
Well, right. I think in terms of the difference between property crimes and violent crimes, and a lot of times in violent crime situations, first of all, there's a lot fewer of them. Oftentimes the offender is known to the victim, and some of those things help to bring up, and obviously the resources issue help to bring up the clearance rates for violent crimes. One of the things that we have stacked against us with respect to property crimes is that many of these are crimes of opportunity. They're extremely quick and easy to accomplish, and it's very difficult in some cases for us to clear them, I'll be quite honest. So say, for example, if people have a GPS device in their car, if you have a nice GPS device and you leave it in your car and you leave your car unlocked, and that crime happens, chances of us solving it aren't very good. And that's why it's really important for people to lock their cars and stuff. So there's certain things about those kinds of crimes that don't lend themselves easily to being solved. They're extremely frequent. But there are some things that we can do in terms of some of the things that we know that help our, for example, our neighborhood watch is an active neighborhood watch. Getting calls from people who see suspicious things instead of kind of writing that off, or I've never seen that person before, I don't know why he's doing that, but I don't want to bother the police. When we get called, we have the ability not only sometimes to solve that crime, but to solve other crimes in conjunction with that. So, it may not sound like a direct crime-solving tool, but this whole community awareness and neighborhood watch, and knowing your neighbor and knowing what's going on in the community, and being able to see and report and be good witnesses goes a long way to that. Also, some of the things that we're working on regionally has to do with, and we're moving in this direction, is crime analysis and beginning to see this county as a region and beginning to see regional patterns. We're working in that direction through technology and through crime analysis and systems. So those are some of the things that I think we can do.
Well, thank you. That, of course, makes a lot of sense in the context of some of the things you said you were planning on working on going forward, which had to do with educating people about the importance of securing their valuables. Right. Prevention as opposed to a solution. The only other thing I had, which really isn't a question, it's a comment. I was very pleased to see that you've identified focusing on traffic research and traffic enforcement going forward, because that too is something that many of us have heard quite a bit about. Frankly, I I'm not sure exactly what we do to go about trying to change some of the behaviors that are causing large portions of our population to be at risk when they're walking the streets from cars. But I will be all ears for whatever you and staff come up with, because I think we do need to do something about it.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay, Chief, I have no questions. Thank you for your report. We do have one public speaker slip, and that's Pat Bell. Ms. Bell, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, all. I'm Pat Bell from San Carlos, for those of you who are new. And I have a couple of comments about the police department, sheriff's department, whatever we're calling this hybrid. I would like to have, we used to have one officer assigned to our neighborhood for a month, and then they'd rotate. And now it's down to a few days. And I don't know any of these people who have come in from the sheriff's department, and obviously they rotate out, and there's a gazillion of them. I'm never going to know them all, but it would be nice to see the same face every day for a month. You might even get to talk to him and or her and feel like you had a neighborhood cop. It's more of a small town police department feel that appeals to me. I talked to Chief Rothfuss about this, and he said we don't want him to get bored, but we'll try to do something exciting. I don't know. And if they're there every day for a month, I was talking to another neighbor, and she said, well, if they're there every day for a month, they'll know when something's out of place. If they're only there for 3 days, they don't know whether that person's out of place or not. So, but well taken. And we don't have a formal neighborhood watch organization in my neighborhood, although Greg Rothfuss will tell you that I call whenever there's anything unusual going on. But I'm just the nosy old lady on the block, not neighborhood watch. So we didn't get included in any of the celebration or the goings on for National Night Out last year because we didn't have a neighborhood watch program. I think that would be a good way to recruit people to neighborhood watch if you would make National Night Out a citywide thing and encourage everyone to get out and talk to their neighbors, that you'd have more aware citizens who would participate more.
Thank you, Ms. Bell.
I went out last year and said, Happy National Night Out. My neighbors said, huh?
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Okay, moving on. Thank you, both chiefs, deputy chief, and all our new members of our fire department and police department. We are moving on to item. Oh, for those of you, a lot of you just recently walked in. We bumped around in the agenda. Is there anyone who wishes to give public comment on non-posted items on the agenda? Okay, good. Just making sure. Okay, so we're at the real item 8A, which is report to council on feasibility of changing to a program-based 2-year operating budget. Mrs. Mendenhall.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Rebecca Mendenhall, Administrative Services Director. In August 2011, as part of the strategic plan, Council adopted an objective to study the feasibility of changing to a program-based 2-year budget. The strategic plan also identified the need to secure software to manage both the funding and project delivery of capital projects to more efficiently manage the city's infrastructure. Over the past few months, staff has selected a new budgeting software program and hired the Abrahams Group to assist in the feasibility and development of a program and performance-based 2-year budget. It is the city manager's intention to provide a program-based budget to the council. Tonight is an opportunity for the council to comment on this process. The transition from the current line item budget to a program and performance-based budget will be phased in over the next few years as we define the programs and develop the performance measures to be included. Staff has also met with the council ad hoc Finance Subcommittee to discuss this transition in more detail. What makes program budgeting different? In general, it tells the story of how budget dollars are spent. Our current budget is done at the department level and reflects line items such as salaries, benefits, and operating expenses. Program budgets tell what the department does and how those line items are allocated to each program. This information can then be used to focus decisions around services or programs rather than at the department level. So, for example, the current budget reflects the total community development department divided into 4 separate divisions: building, planning, administration, and economic development. While each of these divisions has unique functions, another way to look at this department would be to separate into the major programs, which could include long-range planning, development and permitting services, code compliance, business attraction, and retention. This gives the public more information about how the dollars are being spent. Once the programs are defined, the next step is to establish performance measures. This provides even more information related to the programs and incorporates results into the reporting. Performance measures show a direct link to the mission or the goal and clearly communicate a benefit or value to that program's work. They include output data, for example, the number of people who attended classes, the number of permits issued, and can also include service quality measures. Quality measures will be compiled using several different survey tools, including resident surveys, web surveys, and customer feedback. Collecting the data will take a few years to develop and compile. To begin this process, in the next months, the city will be contracting with the firm to conduct a scientific resident survey. The goal is to find the right balance of service quality measurements that are easy to collect and track over multiple years. This chart depicts the entire cycle and process for performance-based budgeting. It encompasses all aspects of the process, beginning with the setting and review of the city's strategic goals and objectives. And this chart was developed by the National Performance Management Advisory Commission, which has developed many of the industry's best practices in this area. On February 29th, the council and city staff will meet to discuss and review the city's strategic issues and goals during the strategic plan retreat. One of the objectives in the current strategic plan is to develop an enhancement of this planning process, which will be part of the retreat. As part of this process, the council can review citywide goals and adapt them to become more encompassing of all the results. These goals can be then incorporated into program outcomes, which will be measured by each department. Here's the timeline for the transition to performance-based budgeting. As noted before and in the staff report, the transition to a program and performance-based budget will be phased in over the next 3 years. In year 1, or the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2013, the city will establish a 2-year program-based budget and narrative, maintain the existing line item department budgets, and develop a new format for the capital budget. In year 2, or the fiscal year ending June 30, 2014, the city will develop performance measures and expand the details of the capital budget. And in year 3, or the fiscal year ending June 30, 2015, the budget will include a breakdown of program costs and effectiveness measures, which will identify the full cost of certain programs and activities. Our consultants, Mark Abrahams and Martha Marshall, are here in the audience, and both they and I are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mrs. Mendenhall. Okay, we're going to go to questions. Mr. Olbert.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Klein, and thank you, Director Mendenhall. I actually don't have much in the way of either comments or questions because the plan sounds like a very good one, and I applaud staff for trying to look for accountability measures tied to and performance measures tied to the budget. One question I was going to ask, however, under the sort of general heading of the provision of financial information, because perhaps the new system would be able to do this. I've always found it useful to for there to be maintained by staff kind of always a current outlook for what the current year fiscal situation looks like. And maybe even for, in a planning sense, over the next few years. It's kind of a latest estimate that gets updated more frequently than the formal budget process. The value of that, of course, is because a lot of decisions that we make that have fiscal components don't occur necessarily along the timeline of the formal budget process, so we have to respond to them over the course of the year. So I'll leave that with staff as just a perspective from my side. I would find it helpful if whatever system we develop actually provides that kind of information so that we can basically any day sort of say, well, what's our current outlook look like, or once a month or what have you. The other observation I was going to make regarding the idea of tying metrics and performance to budgetary items, I think, as I mentioned before, that's a great idea. I would just hope that we will keep in mind, or staff will keep in mind, the sort of cost of doing some of those, identifying and tracking some of those metrics versus the value, because some of the programs that we do, the returns, if you will, are difficult to quantify. I have seen organizations, have experience, unfortunately, with organizations where a lot of time and effort has been expended on trying to track certain things that it turns out at the end of the day, it's not clear that there was a lot of cost-benefit, balance in doing that. But overall, I think the program looks great. The timeline looks nice. I mean, I'd love to have it tomorrow, but I understand these things take a little while to put in place. So keep at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olbert. Councilman Grisilli?
I was on the, or I am on the Finance Subcommittee with Councilman Collins. So we had a briefing by Rebecca earlier. I guess it was last week we had the meeting. So I'm familiar with what she mentioned, even though I might not have been sitting up here. And I concur with my colleague, Mr. Olbert, and I'm sure the rest of the folks up here that it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be interesting. I hope we don't get too wrapped up in some of these metrics, as you said. And I'm looking forward to the adventure.
Thank you. Councilman Collins?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions. In your report, you mentioned something about conducting a scientific resident survey. I'm curious as to how does that work? What kinds of questions do you ask residents about our budget?
Well, actually, we're going to have a kickoff meeting once the consultant is defined, and there'll be a meeting with the department heads to discuss possible questions and related to programs, and I have to defer to the city manager. I believe that there might be a council involvement or the mayor involvement.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we have a subcommittee set up or that the council set up a subcommittee specifically for that right now, but we'd be happy to work with a subcommittee if one's appointed. To answer your question specifically, this is really a citizen satisfaction survey, so it's not tied so much to the budget as it is to the overall services that and programs that and facilities that the city provides its citizens.
Okay. And then I only have one other question. That you also mentioned that the city's going to run both the new and the old budgeting systems for the next couple of years.
Yes.
Does that add more work, or is it easy to enter the numbers, or do they get like, well, if you enter them in one system, they get populated over to the other?
Well, we're working with our new budgeting software to have the reports be able to run in multiple ways. Okay. So our hope is that it's not that much more work.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that it, Mr. Collins?
That's it for me.
Vice Mayor Grocott?
So I had just a couple of items. And I think I had sent something to this effect to the city manager, but earlier on this. But my hope was with a 2-year budget implementation that we might be able to stagger the two budgets, the operating budget and the capital improvement, so that we see those in alternate years, and then we can focus on them more than we have in the past. I know I did, if I didn't send Mr. Malpe an email on it, I know he and I talked about it at one point, because I've always felt like when we have our budget hearings in the process we have now, which happens annually, we do a lot of wrestling on the operational side, and then it's usually about 11:45 midnight, and everybody wants to go home, and we get to capital, and we go, okay, that's good, and we're out of there. And we don't really give it, I don't think, the due diligence that we should. Some might say, well, we haven't had to in the last 5 years because we haven't had that much money in the capital improvement budget to begin with, so there's not much there except a lot of unfunded projects that we would like to do. I think the city manager sees that changing in future years, hopefully. There's a lot of moving things going on right now that may change that, hopefully not. But again, just my point is, if we could, in this process, it'd be nice to stagger the two so that we could focus on operating 1 year, the next year we focus on capital. So I don't know if that's in the plan, but that's my comment on it. Do you want to say anything about that?
Well, we have to approve a budget every year, which includes the capital, to do the spending. But our plan is to enhance the capital budgeting process, so you'll have much more information than you've had in previous years.
So we can't stagger them?
No.
Mr. Malpe?
Yeah, we'll have to do something with each budget every year, regardless of the 2-year operating budget. But we may be able to create a larger focus every other year for the capital budget and the operating budget moving forward. This year, unfortunately, we've got to do both because both need, it's time to update both of them. But moving forward, that's a comment that we can try to work with.
Okay, very good.
And Mr. Grocott, to jump in here, Mr. Grisilli and I sit on the subcommittee for the capital budget, so we'll have a discussion about this as well at our next meeting in February.
Very good. Okay. And then the last thing that I wanted to comment on, you guys know I've been hammering on this for a little while, is in our reports that we get, and while you were talking, I was leafing through to review some of the ones that are in here now under fiscal implications. The thing I've been hammering on is it's a little bit related to what Mr. Olbert was saying earlier. The way I see us, we're kind of like final decision on the checkbook, but we don't really have the checkbook because you have the checkbook. It's a little bit like some husband and wife situations, but I won't go there. But that's right. But what would be nice under fiscal implications, I think, is having something that says, and oftentimes it does, it's not that it's always missing, but budget for this item is X. Spent to date is Y. Expected future expenses, and this is what we don't often have, is it might say, and a lot of these say, we budgeted this item at $150,000, we put out an RFP, it came back, we're going to spend $148,000, and it all looks cool, but what's not in there is we're seeing some contingencies of expected expenses that might be this much, and the other side of it, and this relates a little bit to what Mr. Olbert was saying, is revenues right now are. And so we see having to adjust this budget, perhaps recommending an adjustment to this budget, or we don't. Especially if you're looking at a 2-year budget, because it seems to me with a 2-year budget's great for planning. It's probably a better tool for planning, but it has weaknesses also, I would think, and one of them is that you need to keep your finger on the pulse a little more with a 2-year budget.
The intent is that we would still bring the quarterly financial reports to you, and the mid-year process that we'll be going through at the end of February would then become an annual process and will be done in June of each year. There will be multiple points of check-in with the council, so you'll know where we're at year-to-date against the 2-year budget.
Okay, very good. Please take my thoughts on fiscal implications under consideration. Thank you.
Okay. As always, when it gets to me, everyone's asked my questions, so thank you very much, Mrs. Mendenhall. Okay, it's just a report to council, so there's no action. We'll be moving on to item 9A, which is a study session. Discussion of proposed settlement agreement with New Singular Wireless PCS LLC concerning antennas at 260 Shelford Avenue.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Tonight we placed on the agenda a study session to talk about the potential for a settlement of the lawsuit brought against the City of San Carlos by New Singular Wireless PCS LLC on November 23rd, 2011. That was arising out of your upholding of an appeal of Mr. O for the Shelford antenna back on November 14th, 2011. The lawsuit raises a lot of issues. I've attached the lawsuit to the staff report, so I'm not going to go into the details there. But the reason I'm bringing this forward here for you to review and discuss is to discuss the parameters of a potential settlement that be conceptual. This is conceptual in nature. To open the discussion, get input from the council and from residents who may be affected by it. What would happen procedurally would be if the council provides direction, we would bring this back for a public hearing to consider the settlement agreement and a modified use permit with essentially these additional improvements to the initial proposal. And that would result in a resolution of the lawsuit before the city had to answer the complaint in federal court, and would likely save substantial funds in defending the lawsuit, and provide a certainty for both the city of San Carlos and the residents that the settlement is the proposal that would come into place. Now, obviously, there's a lot of details that need to be worked out in a formal settlement agreement that you would see. And I'll underline the point that there were a lot of conditions on the use permit that the Planning Commission approved. Those would come forward and continue with these additional modifications, so that these 3 points are not the only thing that would be in the settlement agreement. It would be the use permit that was previously approved with all the other conditions about sound, deadening, and timing, and all those types of issues that were already addressed at the Planning Commission level. So I'm available for any questions about the settlement proposal or potential settlement. And then, obviously, you can take some public testimony or persons interested in this application.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rubens. We're going to start with questions from the council, then we'll go to public comment, and then we will go to discussion. Mr. Grocott.
I don't think I have any questions that are legal in nature. The only thing I noticed, well, I mentioned a couple of things earlier about the preliminary for concept drawing seems pretty skinny, but if I understand you correctly, they have to go through a whole process with project application that just wouldn't go to the Planning Commission. It would go directly to the council. So we would see some drawings and so forth that are more specific.
It wouldn't be, the idea is that the settlement agreement would be like the new application, but there'd be a public hearing with a complete package of what the project is. So the settlement agreement will include a complete project, all the details that are necessary for you to make the findings of approval.
And I noticed that I remember there were two things specifically that we seemed to hit on, and that was, of course, the aesthetics and the idea of a monopole, which they've now provided. We'd also talked at length about mitigating noise and the enclosure having a roof on it. So I see the monopole, but I don't see a roof. But again, it says preliminary for concept only.
Right. I think you might going back in the record, originally it was a wood fence that was going to surround, and then at the meeting, the applicant agreed to put a cinder block wall around it. This has the cinder block wall, but you're right, it does not have a roof on it. So if that's an issue of concern, I think what the sound study showed was that the cinder block wall would exceed the city's current noise ordinance.
Okay.
Mr. Collins.
Thank you. I know we'll see it in the final report, but one question I had was, how far away is this structure supposed to be from the oak tree that we're going to be protecting? Do you know at this point?
Unfortunately, it's not in here, but as I recall from what the public brought up at the November 14th meeting, it's fairly close to the equipment area. The final conditional use permit would have some tree protection features, and there would be an arborist that would be hired at the applicant's expense to ensure that protective measures are taken to protect the tree during the construction of the facility or the equipment facility. And then in addition, and I forgot to mention this earlier, in addition there'd be tree protection measures or mitigations that would take place if in the future at any time the tree did not survive, whether or not related to this project, but just in the future, so that to provide that aesthetic screening for the residents of the area.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Grisilli?
I'm going to save my questions until we get the complete package, because we're going to be seeing this, as you mentioned, again for the final approval.
Sir Olbert?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Greg, for that intro. A few items. One, I was curious, are we allowed to provide what I guess I'll describe as a courtesy notification to Mr. O and his neighbors about the proposed settlement, just to make sure that they're aware of what's going on?
We absolutely can do that, and as the appellant, I think we'd send a special notice to them. And I think a use permit requires a notification, the same notification that was required initially for the Planning Commission would be required, and that would include Mr. O.
Okay. I mean, I suspect by now it would probably be superfluous, but still might be a nice thing to do, given the coverage of the item. Just a general comment for staff. And just speaking for myself, I wouldn't mind seeing in the final package some kind of brief review and analysis of concerns or objections raised by Mr. O and his neighbors, and how the final proposed settlement stacks up against those as to whether or not they've met them or not met them, and if not, why. That would just be helpful for me. And then the last comment I had, which isn't really about this particular proposal per se, but so maybe you can't answer it, but let me just put it out there, and if you don't feel you can, then please don't. One of the thoughts I've had in mulling over this whole situation in my mind is it possible to put in our ordinances something that I guess analogous to a most favored nations clause in a contract, but something that would be like best available technology for installations of towers?
Well,
maybe it's in there already and I missed it. That's
well, I think it may be in the new telecom ordinance that we have a lot of new features that allow us to ask for the quietest equipment and noise studies and peer review. So we don't necessarily have the specific clause that you're talking about in our current ordinances. But the part of the problem, I think, is that the technology does keep changing, and these installations are granted through a use permit process. So once they're installed, we're trying to get through our ordinance the best type of installation that we can, but we can't require it to be changed once the use permit's granted. But as part of the staff review process, if you're talking about the aesthetics and the stealthing technology that's becoming more and more prevalent, I think we've approved now this. There's already 2 that have been approved in San Carlos. We have not approved them previously because of specific site conditions. Many of them are on Cal Water sites that already have a lot of landscaping screening, and they're not visible, just site-specific things. But we definitely endeavor to have the best aesthetic screening and soundproofing, and that's what we've been. You might recall before you were on the council, we had a series of hearings about compliance with existing use permits, and we were successful in improving the conditions of approval to add features for sound and testing for that.
Thank you. Just to be clear, I actually wasn't when I was talking about using best available technology and aesthetics, I wasn't thinking of putting a burden upon an applicant saying you must constantly update. It was more, in fact, to try and address exactly the issue that you touched on, or one of the issues you touched on, Greg, where you were talking about how this stuff evolves. And I just wanted to make sure that the language existed, or if it was possible, to give staff the opportunity to challenge an applicant and say, well, it's no longer 2012, it's 2014, 2015, state of the art's moved on. We have to, you have to provide something that's state of the art.
Well, I understand where you're getting that the stealthing technology is getting better and better all the time. The trees are better. Now there's more species that are available, and that's in the ordinance under the aesthetic provisions, but I don't know if it's specifically the latest and best technology. It's more in the context of screening adequately and providing the aesthetics, the best aesthetics for the site.
Right. Maybe it's something you can educate me on a little bit later offline, some other time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Olbert. Thank you, Mr. Rubens.
Right, thank you.
Okay, we do have some public speaker slips. First up, we have Mr. Opalenik, we have Debbie, and then we have Frank Hensley, followed by June O. If you could just introduce yourself when you get ready to speak and give us your city of residence. And we'll start with Mr. Opalenik.
Evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you, Mr. Olbert, for some of your questions. I'd like to add one to your back of your mind. Why is it so important that AT&T get under this? It seems no one's asked the question, is this under the old conditional use permit rules or the new conditional use permit rules? AT&T is only giving us one choice here and saying, hey, we're going to throw up a monopole. Part of the rules of the conditional use permit process state the plan submitted in the June 2010 for a building permit will be consistent with what the Planning Commission approved. This isn't anywhere consistent to what they applied for, what they approved in June. They applied for a co-location, not a new structure, additional construction. We don't have, meaning we, the community and the public, we don't have enough information for what they even want to do or propose. I disagree with the proposed settlement with AT&T because AT&T's original application and blueprints for a co-located cell tower were found to be incompetent, negligently put together, from the project to the application to the blueprints, etc. Where's the city's countersuit in this? That application is so wrought with errors and mistakes and all kinds of things that are just unbelievable by nature. Why isn't the city countersuing? Why are we trying to settle something, as I understand it, hasn't even been filed yet as a lawsuit? I would like to see AT&T reapply for the conditional use permit. The process for a conditional use permit is a public process. If the city settles on an AT&T recommendation, which it's their recommendation, and their recommendation before didn't hold water, then it's taken out of the public oversight, and you as the city council and mayor will deny the community of its due process to be able to review this, go through what kind of tree is it going to be, how much construction is it going to take, is it under the old permit, the new permit? We don't have enough information. I'd like to see it go back. So anyway, thank you very much for your time, and I hope that provokes some questions and some thought.
Thank you, Mr. Opalenik. Next up, we have Debbie, then followed by Frank Hensley. Ms. Bachagalupi, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. So I second Mr. Opalenik's statement of I think that the city should have a counter lawsuit. Since I moved here a couple years ago to the City of Good Living, this has been nothing but a nightmare. This is next to my home, next to my lot, and I am going to be most impacted and affected by not only the construction, but also looking at another ugly tower on what I believe, when I came here, was a beautiful hill. The relationship between Cal Water and the neighbors has been horrible. First of all, and I know you guys are ignoring this, but the fact that Deborah Nelson, who works for you guys, is married to Cal Water CEO, and she let these companies get away with holes in their contracts. She let people get away with lies. There were a lie. We know that AT&T lied about the tree, or maybe that was the city planning department, that was going to be destroyed. And the city attorney says, well, maybe the tree will die. How do you know where the roots are? So there's going to be a whole CEQA that needs to be done, and I know we've kind of ignored that too. We've been treated, Mr. Olbert, thank you for saying, maybe you could send a letter to the neighbors. We've been treated so horribly in this process. I mean, lied to, ignored. I have never had one person come knock on my door and say, hey, we want to see the view from your house when this tower is put in. We want to see the impact on you and also your house. How is it going to devalue your home if you try and sell it? I'm pretty upset with the city. I thought you guys were elected to represent the people. My experience is you are representing Cal Water and you are representing the cell phone companies, and it's pretty upsetting. So thanks for the 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mrs. Bacigalupi. Frank Hensley, followed by June O.
Good evening. My name is Frank Hensley. I'm a property owner here in San Carlos. Sorry, fighting a cold, so I'm not completely with it. I strongly encourage the council to also deny this request for resolution, primarily because last time that we were here talking about this, even the council members themselves talked about not having any options and wanting to see options next time this was brought up. AT&T, New Singular, whatever they're calling themselves these days, has not come back with any other options other than the one that we proposed, we the neighbors and you the council have proposed, which was the monopole. The proposal that I've seen so far is completely sketchy. There's not enough information there other than the information that I am able to see and the holes I'm able to fill in. Don't give me enough information to really know if this will work or not. The one thing that's troubling to me more than anything is that AT&T, New Singular themselves said, we decided not to do a monopole because we knew the neighbors were going to hate it. Why are they now all of a sudden proposing a monopole? And I want to be very clear. I'm not here to punish the city. I'm not here to punish the AT&T. I believe AT&T needs to be up there. I want them up there because the cellular companies do really well when they have competition. And right now, AT&T is one of the only players that's not on that hill. Metro PCS, I believe, is one of the others that is not. So I really do want them up on the hill because there is no coverage there, despite the fact that a hill is not a place to put a cell site. So in either case, long and short of it, I strongly encourage you guys to not accept the proposed agreement and to ask them and encourage them to come back with options and get the community itself involved with the decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Hensley. Mr. O.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Juno, the appellant of the original appeal. The last time we met in November, I thought it was very clear that we wanted to make sure that we wanted to have a good, clean process and have the residents involved in the next round of application for AT&T. Like Frank was saying, no one really opposes any kind of problem, but any kind of structure. But the only problem is that we want to have a little bit of say, and I thought we made that very clear, and it doesn't feel like we have that. And this settlement, to me, with no lawsuit and only a threat of a lawsuit, we're even considering a settlement. We're even having a hearing about a settlement when there wasn't any judgment against the city or anybody. It seems a little bit premature to be even talking about this. It seems like they should be going ahead and doing the application. I agree with almost everything that everyone said, including the councilman. But my particular experience, so I'm not going to repeat anything, but my particular experience is that all the bedrooms in my house, when you look out the window, I see a hill. And I look up the hill, I see the tower, and this plan seems to be they're going to put a 45-foot, 48-foot tower right above where I can see it. There isn't enough information here for me to say, I feel safe. I don't even know if they can even put that into that hillside. I don't know if the equipment that they will use to put that into the hillside is going to be safe while they're trying to lower this thing down or however that they're going to do it. The public, we spent a lot of time. They claim AT&T's lawsuit claims that there's only one appellant and one lone wolf appellant, and I guess that's me. But it's really a whole community of people that were supportive. They spent hours and hours researching some of the things that we brought to you, and to cut us out of that process, I think would be a very bad thing for the community. I mean, once that tower's there, it's going to stay there. I mean, we all know that that's going to be the case. I also, the permit also says that this, the original permit from 2010, if it changes significantly, and it looks like it has, they'll have to go back to the planning process. So I'm not sure exactly why we're trying to circumvent that. And the statement that the final thing, the statement that if a tree dies for whatever reason, just wasn't clear enough for me. Are they going to replace it in a year, in 2 years, 20 years, 50 years? If there's a clear timeline on when they're supposed to replace any kind of tree, any kind of huge tree that just doesn't show up in their plans, and then what the remedy is if they don't meet that timeline, I think has to be part of any kind of application. I mean, they can easily put some, if it's going to cost $1 million to put that huge tree back in there, they can put it into escrow, and once it has been seen that they're not following through, we can take it out. Something like that. Anything.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. O. Okay, those are all the speaker slips we have for this item. We'll move to council discussion. Mr. Olbert.
Thank you, Mayor Klein. I guess my comment is mostly a question following off of what Mr. O was saying at the end there. I would be interested in whatever final form we end up doing, if there's something that we adopt, that I'd be interested in knowing if we can put in language that effectively holds AT&T/Cingular accountable for doing what they say they're going to do, and what happens if they don't. Now, that may be in there already, or it may not be allowed under the federal telecommunications law. That's an area that I don't know all that well yet, but I would be interested in something like that, those kind of provisions being included.
Thank you, Mr. Olbert. Mr. Grisilli?
Just to be clear, the purpose of tonight's item is a study session. We're not going to be deciding anything tonight, and that's why I didn't have any questions, because I haven't seen the entire final package that is going to be coming back to us. There are questions that I think all of us have about the final draft or final report that we're going to see. Tonight we're discussing whether we should have go forward with a settlement with AT&T or not. And I think, it's terrible to say, but economics have to come into this, and city economics have to come into this. We have been, I guess, technically not served. I guess what's the legal term that what AT&T has done? They wrote something up, but did they serve us yet?
The complaint was filed on November 23rd, 2011. The city has not been formally served with the complaint. What that means is that because the city has not been served, we have not had to prepare a response to the complaint to file in court. Mm-hmm. And that's the first step in any lawsuit, is the complaint's filed and served, and then the defendant in the case, in this case the city of San Carlos, files its response. The response could take a number of different forms. It could be an answer to the complaint. It could be other procedural motions that could be filed rather than simply answering the complaint. But the complaint has been filed against the city, and I think the point that why the settlement, a proposed settlement, is being brought here as a study session item is that point, that there's an opportunity to potentially resolve the case before litigation commences. And as I said in the study session staff report, litigation is expensive. So it's an option the council has at this time to authorize us and give us direction to move towards that. A couple of points that were made by the public I think need to be addressed. One is that this does require a public hearing process. It's not a settlement agreement that's going to be announced. It's going to be a public hearing on the use permit, very much like what the Planning Commission did, except it won't be going back to the Planning Commission. The City Council would be considering it. But again, use permit, the findings of approval for a use permit need to be made. It's an open and public process. So I wanted to make sure that, because I think I said it, but sometimes it's it's something that just needs to be explained. Secondly, I just wanted to point out, we've heard this at a couple of meetings about a staff member, Deborah Nelson, planning manager. She did not have any input or any participation in this application. So it's just not true to say that she was there or had any influence on the decision. It was done with Jill Lewis, a different planner, and I know for a fact that Deborah Nelson did not work on this application at all. I think the problem with litigating a case, this is very general, is there's risk in litigation. We don't know what the result's going to be in litigation, and sometimes a settlement which gives certainty without the having to expend funds to litigate is sometimes it's a good opportunity to resolve a matter. That's one of the reasons I'm bringing it forward, and I stated that in the staff report. I have an obligation, I think, to bring potential resolutions of cases before you, especially at an early stage like this. The city's position post-judgment is much weaker than when we have the defenses that potentially are available to us in the case, and we have a conceptual proposal by the plaintiff to try and resolve the case. And I don't want to go too far into the inside baseball of litigation, but yeah, the city does have defenses to this lawsuit. But again, certainty of result and the cost of pursuing it is something I think I wanted the city council to be able to consider before giving us direction.
Okay, thank you, Mr. I don't really have any. I mean, to me, I've always tried to figure out in whatever I've done in business or even up here from the dais, if council feels that we have we are in litigation in a couple of other items where we've appealed certain lawsuits and we've gone to the mat and other things. I think the problem in this one is that the Federal Communications
Mr.
Act.
Silly, I don't want to interrupt, but we're going to have a discussion after we do.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to make sure if anyone else has any other follow-up questions. Do we have any follow-up questions?
Yeah, I do.
Mr. Grocott? Yeah. Then we'll hear
No
you.
problem.
Okay.
I'll say my comments.
Okay.
I am a little confused because I'm feeling a level of frustration here because of the process that we went through and the message that AT&T seemed to get is reflective in what they gave us and this preliminary drawing. And this is a little bit like labor negotiations. You don't want to agree to something or even insinuate that you agreed to something, and then later you can't back away from it, right? You have to stick with your position that you stated. Are we making any kind of statement by having this and saying, okay, we're willing to move forward with a settlement agreement? Because I agree with some of the things, I think especially what Mr. Hensley said, and he reminded me of that evening. We did say very clearly two things to AT&T, and that was work with our community and specifically work with this neighborhood. And what they've given us here doesn't show any sign of working with anybody, really. And number two, we did say that we would, we did say we would like to see options. We would like to see options provided to the neighborhood there so that they can look at this. And the thing I'm struggling with this, not only are there no options, but, for instance, this monopine, while in the end maybe that works, but it's really hard to tell from this, what's going to be the overall height of it relative to the topography on that site, and how much room for maneuvering on details like that will we have, or will the community have with AT&T? So,
The only direction that I would like to have is to continue my discussions with AT&T and assist staff in developing the type of complete proposal that you can consider at a future public hearing meeting that would consider both the settlement agreement language that would dismiss the lawsuit and a conditional use permit that would have all the issues and provide the public with an opportunity to comment on those at that public hearing.
So by moving forward, we are not signaling to AT&T, no pun intended, that what they've shown us with this preliminary draft is not necessarily the solution.
No, and as you pointed out, it says concept only, and it was just an illustration of a monopine on what I think it looks like it was overlaid on the earlier plan, is what it appears to me. That's not what you're going to see at a public hearing. You would see information that staff believes, and based on your input tonight, would be required for you to review. But there's no guarantee in this process. You're not signaling that, yes, this is a done deal. No, you're not doing that, because it's an open process. It has to be an open process. That's what the law requires. So that's why it's going to be a public hearing for the use permit. It has to be.
And then my last question, because my curiosity was piqued by one of the people who asked it, and that has to do with a countersuit. It does seem a little to me like we're entering into a position of negotiations, if you will. The only difference is they have a gun to our head and we don't have a gun to theirs.
Well, I'd rather not comment on potential litigation strategy in an open session.
Okay.
And I think I alluded to it. The city does have defenses, and if the direction is to litigate the case, I'm able to do that, and we would be hiring specialized defense counsel to defend the city and vigorously oppose it. But the concept only right now is there's a preliminary conceptual proposal how this could potentially be resolved without litigating it, and the just direction from the council. Do we move in that direction or do we go in the other direction? I mean, it's a choice. That's why it's here at a study session. I wouldn't be bringing it to you if I didn't think it had some merit to it. Mm-hmm. But it's really, in my experience, settling a case before litigation sometimes is a better approach, and that's the concept here.
Do you have any other questions, Mr. Grocott? Okay. Mr. Rubens, sorry, Mr. Collins, you said you had none, right?
No.
Okay. It's been mentioned a couple times that we're not given any options, but I'm sure if you asked AT&T, they would say you have two options. You have the settlement agreement, or we can go with our original application, correct?
Well, that's a good point, Mr. Mayor. The complaint that's been filed asks for the original application to be approved.
So if we got sued and we lost, the application that everyone was incredibly incensed by could be what we end up with.
That's what the complaint is asking for, so it is a possibility.
Okay. And in your experience, mobile carriers tend to throw a lot of money at these lawsuits because they don't want to set a precedent, correct?
Well, that may be one of their motivations. I don't know. Can't speak for them.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have, so we'll go to discussion. We'll start with you, Mr. Grocott.
Well, one thing I am mindful of, I don't know how many of you guys read those free papers, but one of them was talking about the suit with the water district against baykeepers, and we went through that, and of course our city attorney recommended that we settle with them, and that cost us a heck of a lot less money than $1.4 million, even though when I read in the paper that a water district was going to go up against them, I was rooting for them all the way. but I understand Mr. Rubin's, advice to us. So that being the case, I would like to move forward with a proposed settlement, but somehow I would like to get language in there with some of the things that the public has brought up as concerns and that we have either echoed or brought up ourselves as council members, particularly with this idea of options. And I understand what the mayor is saying, that they're going to go back to their original, but to me, if they go back to their original, I don't want to shut me up if I'm negotiating in open session what should be in closed session, but if they come back to us with, well, our other option is, this thing that we presented, well, that thing was full of holes. So we'll sue you for bringing us an incomplete application. I don't know. But that's kind of the way I feel about it.
Okay, Mr. Collins?
First of all, thank you to the speakers that came up tonight. It never fails. Every time I think I've got my mind made up about something, speakers come up and inject doubt. I was in the audience when this project was first denied in November, because it was just after the election, so I'm a little bit new to the process, but I too feel like we're sort of between a rock and a hard place. Matt used the gun to the head. I was actually thinking of that, but I actually wrote down rock and a hard place. So,
paper, scissors.
Whatever it is, it's not a difficult situation. I'm glad that this is a study session because I really feel like we don't really have any good alternatives. I would agree with our counsel that litigating things is not difficult. My brother was a lawyer, and he always used to tell me, you don't want to go into a lawsuit unless you think you have a really good chance of winning. So I'm all for settling. I just want a better settlement. And I'm also a little frustrated and disappointed that when I sat in the audience and listened to the speakers and listened to the council in November, the gentleman up here specifically said to AT&T, come back with a better deal and talk to the people. Now I find out they didn't talk to you, and that's really bothersome. I just hope, I'm glad we're in a study session. I'm glad that this process is continuing, but I really hope we get a better deal out of the whole thing, and that the people's viewpoints and their ideas are seriously considered and incorporated. Thank you,
Mr. Grisilli.
Well, as I tried to say before, but I was out of order.
I didn't use the gavel.
No, you didn't. Thank you. This is a study session to decide, or not to decide, to get a feeling of the council whether we should go through and continue in a settlement mode or not. As Mr. Rubens has said, and I know it's going to happen, we're going to get a complete and full package. We may not like this complete and full package, but we are going to get it, and everybody's going to get a shot, another bite of the apple here. If we don't like what's in it, we can say to Mr. Rubens, we want to litigate, we want to go this way. If we like what's in it, or some of what's in it, we can ask AT&T right there as they stand, and I'm sure they'll be here the next time. Do you want to make a decision on this or not? They may be able to have the power to do that evening, or they may not. It'll be up to them also. But we will get another bite of the apple on this. So, again, the purpose of this basically is, do we want to continue to work in a settlement? As has been spoken by Mr. Rubens, by all the speakers, litigation is expensive. Settlement is a better way, if it can be done, if we can try to get a good ending out of this. Now, is everybody going to be happy at the end of this? I think not. Is everybody going to be PO'd? Hopefully not. Hopefully there's going to be a middle ground. I hope. But I'm all for trying to continue the settlement, having the full thing come back to us so we can look at the full package, and that's going to give us a much better way to speak to all of these questions that have been brought up by the public and by ourselves. So I'm fully on board with trying to continue the process until we get to the full report.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Olbert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I made a number of comments earlier, as my colleagues did as well, so I won't reiterate those, and I agree very much with the sentiments that have been expressed before my turn at the mic here. I guess the only comment that I will make is, in my mind, this is still an open issue as to which route we go down. I would like to see more. I'd like to see what staff brings back. But for what it's worth, and it may not be worth anything at all, part of the calculus that I'll go through in making my decision, when we actually are making a decision, will hinge in part on whether or not AT&T has in fact reached out to the neighborhood and talked to some of the people that are there, preferably all of them. I won't try to hazard a guess of what would come out of that, but I think at a bare minimum, that's something they really ought to do. So they don't have to, but that'll weigh on my mind when I decide what to do.
Thank you, Mr. Olbert. Mr. Rubens, do you need a motion? It seems like you have direction.
I think I have direction from based on the comments. Thank you.
Okay. We'll be moving on to item 10A then. 10A is unfinished business, consideration of authorizing the replacement of 23 distressed ironbark eucalyptus trees at Burton Park with trees suitable for that location. Mr. Long.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Doug Long, Parks and Recreation Director. This item was presented to the City Council at the January 9th meeting, and the staff report has been provided to you for your reference. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Are there any questions from the council? Mr. Grocott, you weren't here, so do you have any questions?
Yeah, I did. I just wanted to know regarding, let me find it. When I was reading through the report, Mr. Long, and there's the specifics on each of the trees.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, I was a little amazed because as I would read it, I would think, oh, this one's gone. And then it would say prune. And so I was beginning to wonder, what's the difference, what's the criteria? But be that as it may, when I got to 17, it says prune, and then 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, it doesn't say anything until I get to 23, and then it says remove. So were there not recommendations on 18 through 22?
Those particular trees are the ones on Arroyo, and they've been topped,
Yeah.
and they're the ones that have been most compromised. So the recommendation follows from the cover letter that the arborist
I see.
provided.
Yeah,
He
so they're
addressed those.
removed.
Yes.
Yeah, the recommendation is to remove them. Okay, those are the only questions I had, really. Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other questions from other council members? Okay, we will go to public comments. First up, we have Kara Vonk, then Marilyn Moon, and then Margaret Pye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. A little bit later this evening, you'll be considering the San Carlos Urban Canopy Program, and I'd just like to briefly read a portion of that vision statement. It says, over the next 20 years, San Carlos will continue to focus on preserving the natural environment, ... by preserving and increasing its tree canopy. I urge the City Council to preserve the ironbark trees along Cedar Street. The ironbark trees are true street trees. They are taller than houses. They're not little lollipop trees. They have unusual bark. They're mature, majestic, and stately, a rare sight these days indeed. They buffer the community from light and noise of park activities. They provide continuity with our history because they were likely planted when Burton Park was first developed. When the safety card is played, how does one respond? No tree is 100% safe. Does that mean we must denude our environment and plant only those lollipop trees? And why aren't the trees safe? The city claims it has a healthy maintenance program. The top trees along Arroyo, it's true, they are no longer aesthetic. They're pretty ugly. And those are not a big loss to the community. However, the Maynard report states about the trees along Cedar Street that they were allowed to grow. Well, that's what trees do. Many have heavy lateral limbs. Yes, mature trees have heavy lateral limbs. They may have weak sprouts, but aren't those pruned out? Instead of rushing to judgment based on one dropped limb during a windstorm and nonspecific inquiries, why doesn't the city try an intermediate step? Focus effort on saving these heritage trees by making them as safe as possible. The city can set an example, showing the community that trees are valued. How about pruning and cabling? As a matter of fact, 3 have been identified by Maynard as acceptable with pruning only, and those are trees number 6, 7, and 13. Neighbors have not been noticed to allow them to voice their opinions. And I wonder if Relief and other organizations interested in greening of San Carlos have been given an opportunity to be heard. Will this project have a substantial effect on the environment, requiring some kind of environmental review? Should an independent consulting certified arborist be hired for a
Ms.
second
Falk, we're going
opinion?
to need you to wrap up, please.
Okay. This could be a political firestorm like what happened in Palo Alto with the California Avenue trees. Therefore, instead of rushing to judgment, I urge that you vote to preserve this majestic canopy of heritage trees. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Marilyn Moon, followed by Margaret Pye.
Mayor Klein, City Councilman. My name is Marilyn Moon. I live at 1861 Howard. I walked Arroyo and Cedar and looked at each tree, and they had silver tags on them. I don't know why. Actually, the trees on Arroyo looked the healthiest to me. They were really green. Maybe they're overtopped. I don't know. I'm not an arborist. I've lived here for 34 years, and they're part of the park. They have its own ecosystem there. It really bothers me that the neighbors haven't been notified or won't be notified if any trees had been taken down. I think that a good arborist to maintain the trees, cut the limbs, feed them. I have trees all around my property, and limbs fall down, and I pick them up, and it's part of living around trees. And we're so fortunate to have them. To replace them would be bad economics, bottom line. It would cost a fortune to do that. And it would cost so little just to maintain them. Thanks.
Thank you. And last up, we have Margaret Pye.
Good evening, Mayor Klein and the City Council. I'm Margaret Pye. I live on Laurel Street in San Carlos, and I would like to ask you to please save the trees as much as you can. I have been called a tree hugger. I don't dispute that. Haven't hugged these particular trees in Burton Park, but I'm well aware of what a difference in appearance it would make if you removed 23 of those large trees, and it's hard to imagine what Burton Park would look like without them. A few years ago, the city had apparently, at the recommendation of an arborist, came down to my neighborhood and very abruptly chopped down a tree that's right in front of my house without any warning. And I never understood why that was, but I don't know that arborists are a strict science. I think that there's sort of some leeway in what their decisions are and their recommendations are. The tree that they removed was a twin of another one that they left, and they replaced the chopped down tree with a smaller one, which is really struggling, and it looks horrible. So it looked nicer when I had two matching twin trees. Now I've got one tree and one struggling kind of twig. So as much as possible, I would like you to take a conservative stance on this and allow as many of those trees to remain as you possibly can. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to council discussion. We'll start with Mr. Grocott.
Well, one of the things I didn't want to see happen is all the trees removed all at one time. And even though I wasn't here, I was telling Mr. Maltby when I had read this and in advance of the meeting last time, the thought occurred to me then while I was reading it about doing a managed approach where we might remove some of the trees, plant whatever is decided for these locations, and then as those trees take root and get established, then remove the rest of the eucalyptus, if that's the ultimate goal here, is to get these trees out of there. but that, it's a staged approach. It doesn't denude the park and leave it looking, drastically different, perhaps. I went out there and took a look at this, and I noticed some places where the trees are competing. For instance, I noticed on the corner of Arroyo and Cedar, the city's gone out and cleaned up an oak tree that's underneath all these trees, and I think that probably that oak would thrive if it weren't competing with these eucalyptus canopies over it. And there's a couple other areas where that kind of thing is going on. But I guess what I would like to see is, actually, I know the recommendation was for 3 from the Parks and Rec, and I was looking at 4 trees, either 6 and 7, they're very close to each other, and then 9, and then, let me put my glasses on here, 13 and 15. And those are just the ones on Cedar. They're the larger trees. Once you get around the corner, I agree, on Arroyo, while they may look healthier, they've all been topped to fit underneath the power lines, and I think probably in the next go-around when we plant new trees, I think it was Ms. Vonk say lollipop trees. In that location, we may need lollipop trees, something that's going to stay down below the power lines. But that's the direction I'm going, is to save some, not all, and have a planned approach. And I'll tell you one more thing. I talked to the city manager about this, and he'll probably chime in here at some point. He did say that would cost us more money. I understand that, but sometimes for the sake of appearances and quality of life and so forth, you need to spend that money.
Mr. Collins?
Well, I spoke the last meeting about my love for eucalyptus trees. I've seen so much damage caused by eucalyptus trees. We've been very fortunate that more branches haven't come down at Burton Park. And when my family moved here in the 50s, those trees were there, and they were big then. So those trees are at least 60 years old, maybe 70 years old. All trees have a lifespan. Eucalyptus trees have a lifespan. And we've seen what's happened when one of them came down across Cordilleras, almost killed a man, crushed his car while he was in it. He and the rest of us as a city are extremely fortunate that tree didn't kill him. Personally, I don't want to wait and see that happen. So I'd like to see it go forward, but I agree with Mr. Grocott that we ought to be mindful of a sort of a staged process where each tree we take out is replaced in a reasonable order. I would not like to see 23 trees cut down in one day and 23 saplings put up. I doubt that that'll happen anyway, but I personally feel that these trees have outlived their usefulness. Thank you.
Mr. Grisilli?
I had a question for Mr. Long. I'm sorry, I just saw this. It says in the report on January 9th that we solicited the services of Maine Tree Expert Company to evaluate the trees. Did the arborists work for them?
Yes.
Would they be bidding to knock the trees down? Or I guess it's not bidding. I guess it's under 50. I don't know. Is there going to be a bid process for this? Or?
No, there's not.
Okay. Would they be knocking the trees down?
No, they would not.
Okay. Thank you. The difficulty is, as Mr. Collins said, and I grew up in Burlingame, San Francisco, and then in Burlingame most of my young life, and there's eucalyptus trees down the El Camino Real that must be even more than 70 years old. I think they're probably 100 years old. And a lot of them are coming into the El Camino Real at this point and have. As you said, Mr. Collins, there's a lifespan for trees. When we sit up here, we're not arborists. We're not this, we're not that. We have some expertise maybe in finance or construction or other things, but we're not omniscient in all things. And we have to rely on staff. And when staff comes to us with a report that says that these trees are dangerous to the members of the community, I take that very seriously. The economics of it, I have to look at that. If we were rolling in money and had surpluses to beat the band, that's another item. It has to be brought into the fact. If we go in a partial way, and I'm not disagreeing with you gentlemen down here, but if we do in a partial way, it's going to cost us at least half again as much, if not more. it's real hard for me to find a situation where I would say these trees should be saved. I realize that they do provide shelter, or should we say a buffer, from the park to the folks across the way. But it's just real hard for me to go against staff on this one, especially when it's a safety and economic issue. So I think I'll be voting just like I had last time to follow the staff recommendation and remove all 23 trees.
Mr. Olbert?
Thank you, Mayor Klein. Well, I won't repeat all of the discussion that we had before us last time. Like my colleagues have said, I too am concerned about the safety issues, and I don't at all, not only don't I dispute staff's obligation to take care of that, I actually would look askance at a situation where they ignored a public safety issue for any reason. To me, the critical issue here is actually not whether the trees are removed or not, but it's the process by which that this activity unfolds. And as I mentioned at greater length in the last meeting, my concern simply is that if we take what appears to the community to be a precipitous action without giving opportunity for interested community members to truly weigh in on what's going to happen before a decision is made, I think we run the risk of damaging the relationship between the community and the city. I couldn't quantify that for you. I don't actually know for a fact that that'll happen. But that's what my concern is. It really has more to do with process and giving community an opportunity to weigh in. That was actually augmented in my mind after the last meeting. Before this meeting, I did something which I should have done before the last meeting, which was to walk around Burton Park and look at the trees. And like Mr. Grisilli, or pardon me, Councilman Grisilli, I'm not an arborist either, although I do have some expertise with trees. Only all the ones I plant die, so that's probably not a good sign. But to the untrained eye, many of the trees, some of the trees look to be in bad shape, but many of the trees do not. And that untrained eye factor can become an even more important issue in people's minds when they see an action taking place that they haven't had a chance to weigh in on because they haven't had an opportunity to be taught and educated and explained about why we need to do what we're doing. That's sort of where I am. I think I will end up voting against the proposals as I did last time, but again, not because I'm unconcerned about safety issues, but solely because I would like to see a different process followed before we get down to that point.
Okay. Just a couple quick comments. One, as has been said, with eucalyptus trees, they have a lifespan. These trees are about 65 to 70 years old. Eucalyptus trees last till in between 70 to 100 years. So within the next 30 years, they're all coming down at some point. And preferably in a controlled nature, not what happened over in Cordilleras. When calling these natural or preserving our natural environment, there's nothing natural about ironbark eucalyptus trees in the city of San Carlos. They're not from here. They weren't supposed to be here. They offer no shelter to wildlife. They actually kill anything that grows underneath it. So let's be real. It's kind of a misnomer to refer to these as natural heritage trees. With that being said, when it comes to process, I think I agree with Mr. Olbert. On one part of it, I agree this process is not the proper process to go through this. I believe this is a staff issue. This should not come before City Council, but I believe our staff erred on the side of caution and was worried about how the City Council will react if they cut down 23 trees, even though they know it's the right thing to do. Normally, this wouldn't come before the City Council. If it was one tree, they would just taken it down, given us a staff report, and that's it. But because of the magnitude of it, they felt the need to bring it to us. But this really is a staff issue. It's not a policy issue. Staff has been entrusted to preserve the public safety of this community. That's their job. And so I don't understand where public outreach would come out. We could poll 35 people, and if 35 people told us don't cut down the trees, we still have to cut down the trees. And if 35 people told us go for it, we still end up cutting down the trees. So I don't understand the point of outreach. I believe we should do outreach when we start planting the trees in and ask people how they want the park to look after we take care of the public safety issue. So I will be voting in favor of taking down all 23 trees, as I did last time. And I know we have a tree board, that's our Park and Rec Commission, and I hope they have a very lengthy, long discussion with the community about what goes up instead. So we'll need to hear a motion. Mr. Grisilli?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to authorize staff to replace the 23 ironbark eucalyptus trees with trees suitable for that location, as noted in the detail in the staff report.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any other discussion?
I'll put a competing motion on the table, see if I can get it passed, or at least get a second to it, and that is to ultimately to authorize staff to replace 23 ironbark eucalyptus trees, but to initially allow trees 6 or 7. Leave that up to the staff and arborists which tree they would like to choose. Tree 9, tree 13, and tree 15 to remain. I don't know what the exact time frame would be, but say until the others are to the newly planted trees are established, and then later to remove those 4 other trees.
Is there a second for Mr. Grocot's motion? Seeing none, the motion dies without second. Madam Clerk, we will take a vote on the original motion by Mr. Grisilli.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
No.
Councilmember Olbert?
No.
Mayor Klein?
Yes. Okay, we'll be moving on to new business. We are going to have a change in the... Sorry, Mr. Long, you're going to have to sit back down. We're going to have a change in the agenda. We do have a time-sensitive issue that, with the way tonight is shaping up, we're going to have to take first in case we have to table some of these other agenda items for lack of time. So we'll be taking item 11G, which is adoption of a resolution of the San Carlos Redevelopment Agency adopting an amended enforceable obligations payment schedule in accordance with the provisions of Health and Safety Code Section 34169G, AB 126, Stats 2011, Chapter 5. Did we lose our RDA staff, Mr. Malpe?
Yes, we did.
Okay, we're going to take a 2-minute recess for our RDA staff to come back in, and then we'll continue with that. All right, everyone, if you could all take your seats. We are just waiting for some staff members to come back in.
We're at the back, 11G. We're going to go to 11B, I think, or is it 11A?
They have like
Hillside Trail.
something on it. Maybe there's something, there's some little lotion or something.
I would never buy a Stanford product.
All right, just one more minute. We're going to get started here. Okay, due to the inordinate amount of speaker slips we've received tonight for one of our items, we are going to be removing a couple items from the agenda tonight. I apologize if you came out to speak for them. They will come up in our next meeting. The items we'll be removing from the agenda are items 11A, which is the trail study. 11E, which is the polystyrene food containers item, and 11F, which is the bicycle transportation plan. They will all come back at our next meeting. We will not have enough time this evening to discuss them. I do apologize. Items 11A and 11AI, 11E and 11F, they all will be on our next agenda. I truly apologize for wasting your time this evening, but we have about 25 speaker slips for one item, and it's going to be a long night.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Olbert.
Just a clarification question. Does removing 11A also remove 11AI?
Yes, 11AI is removed as well. Okay, so we are going to start with 11G, which is the adoption of a resolution of the San Carlos RDA. Mr. Sawicki.
Good evening, Honorable Chair and members of the San Carlos Redevelopment Agency Board. This may be the last action of the redevelopment agency before it is dissolved on February 1st. The item before you is adoption of a resolution of the agency adopting an amended enforceable obligation payment schedule, otherwise known as the EOPS, in accordance with the Health and Safety Code, in particular AB 1X26, which was adopted by the California legislature last year, which will dissolve the redevelopment agency as of February 1st. Back in August of 2011, the agency adopted an enforceable obligation payment schedule, which lists all of the obligations that are enforceable, including bonds, debt service, set-asides, payments on contracts, etc., all legally binding obligations of the redevelopment agency going forward, even after it is dissolved. Because of the lawsuit, which was later decided by the Supreme Court, there's a time delay in the original timelines and deadlines in the law. The Supreme Court decided to move all of those deadlines 4 months forward, but we have a gap in the law with regards to this EOPS, which tells the agency what it's able to pay, and then what the successor agency is able to pay, until such time as a subsequent schedule is provided and an oversight board is reviewing it. So the agency through February 1st can make payments based on this schedule, and then the successor agency after February 1st can make payments on this schedule. If it's not on the schedule, you can't make payments. So what we've done is try to include everything on this schedule that we believe the agency has an obligation to pay. There are different degrees of obligations. Some would be paid regardless if they were on the schedule, such as bond payments. There are other items of administrative costs. I know this schedule is difficult to read, so is the one that's probably in your packet, because there are so many things that we've included in there to be sure that to be safe that we are keeping them covered. Some of the things that are being added that were not there back in August include the appeal of the litigation, the school district litigation, which the agency has decided to go forward with in order to minimize the liabilities of the agency. Those were added. We also have a new line item for successor agency administrative cost, which was something that was provided in the law that the city would be able to receive this payment. So we're asking you to adopt this resolution as the redevelopment agency. Later, as the successor agency, there will be opportunities to again amend this, and then when there's an oversight board in place, there will be another schedule that is prepared going forward about what can or cannot be paid. And I'm available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sawicki. We'll go to questions. Mr. Olbert?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Zwicky, thank you for your presentation. I just had a couple of questions. One is, my understanding is that this schedule is what we are proposing, but what will be the final obligations that will be paid will be subject to the decisions of the oversight group.
As well as decisions that may come out of litigation, there's a lot of other agencies and successor agencies in this situation, and there's a lot of gray areas about what can and cannot be paid. You could say we're being aggressive in putting everything on the schedule because we want to be sure that we can pay it if we are indeed able to pay it. So some things, including administrative costs, the legislation actually says that if it's agreement between the city and the agency, it's no longer valid after February 1st, but there's disagreement about whether that can really be the case, and there's actually litigation in place right now. So if it goes one way or the other, we can then continue to pay.
Okay, and that actually is related to the second question I was going to ask, which is that I have no problem really with the schedule here. I had raised some questions with the city manager prior to the meeting about whether we would be, there are items on here that were expenditures for things that probably would never happen anyway, and we'd sort of just be using up resources. Because there is an issue in my mind of, at some point, if it's not likely that, for example, a project that we're studying could ever actually go forward without the RDA, why would we have the, why not just stop the study? Because the scarce tax dollars, some other public agency get better use out of it. And I recognize opinions could differ on that, but I'm satisfied that these items here are, reasonable and appropriate given what you said. But I do have one sort of question/observation. If this gets adopted, and for example, let me specifically talk about the legal costs associated with the litigation appeal. This actually would the county controller essentially just send us the money per the schedule, or would we be submitting bills saying we incurred X dollars on this line item, and therefore please make sure that we have X dollars coming back to us?
The schedule is in effect a claim for future property tax increment going forward. So if you don't have a large enough claim on those dollars, you're not going to get those dollars. So yes, the county auditor will look at the schedule and make a determination that yes, you are owed all the dollars or some portion of the dollars going forward based on the schedule.
Oh, so it could be less than what's on the schedule if circumstances and facts are such that there's deemed to be that there's less of an obligation. Okay.
Yes.
So they're not necessarily paying to the schedule, they're paying to what the actuals are.
Yes, okay. And when the oversight board is in place, it has the power to actually remove some of these things, as does the state controller and the Department of Finance if they want to review it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Grisilli.
The only question I had was, I see the cost for the appeal. What happens if 3 years down the road, because it'll probably take 3 or how many years for this possibly to, if the appeal for the school litigation goes, and we lose that, where does the $4.3 million come from?
The judgment would be against whatever funds are available to the successor agency at that point. There are balances for the agency that are meant to be distributed to all the taxing entities. A sum of that amount of as large as that would probably have to come out of existing balances versus future property tax increment. But if that has already been dispersed, then that litigation payout would have to come out of future property tax increment.
Well, just so we can go back to fund accounting, which I just love talking about, wouldn't that mean it's coming out of the general fund?
No. The general fund is not liable for anything other than what the agency had in its balances.
So again, I apologize.
You can't be liable for anything more than the property tax.
I apologize. If we're not going to have redevelopment anymore, we're only going to get money into the general fund, aren't we?
The litigation is against the agency, not against the city.
Right, and we don't have an agency anymore. It doesn't exist.
The successor agency, the city serving
Which
as
is the
successor
city.
agency,
Okay, which is the city.
cannot have any liability greater than property tax increment it would have received.
Okay, I really apologize, Mark, because all that increment stuff just goes way past me. So maybe in English, somebody could tell me what fund it's going to come out of?
Well,
I apologize, but I don't understand that part.
Our redevelopment council has advised that the funds that the redevelopment agency has or the future tax increment is the maximum exposure. It can't, the general fund of the city from other sources or accounts that we have cannot be used to satisfy RDA obligations.
So if the increment, if there's no money left in the RDA because the RDA doesn't have any money and the increment is $2 million, that's all that they're going to get even though they have a $4.3 million judgment?
Well, the assets of the agency that are going to be coming over to the city as a successor agency would still be available, but only those assets, not...
So if we sold some buildings and we may have used that money in some other way, but we would, because of the value was there and that's what we got for it, that would count against it. So it would come out of the general fund then.
No, it's still only the redevelopment agency assets that would be available to satisfy redevelopment agency obligations.
Okay, and as I said, we're going to sell let's say we sell a building. We own a building.
Right.
But now the city's going to own that building. Is that right? No. I'm here seeing...
Well, it's subject to this law. This law says although the city may be the successor agency,
right,
it's still the obligation. It's set up in such a way that the general fund of the city is not exposed. It's only those assets that were formerly in the redevelopment agency that would be available.
So again, just I apologize. I'm sorry, guys. I got to understand this because I don't understand why it's not up there. That's why my point is I don't understand why that isn't up there.
Well, the
4.3.
It's
As
not
a
up there
contingent
because
liability.
it's not up there because the judgment's not final.
I understand, but it's contingent liability. So explain to me, Building A, the redevelopment agency owns it. I know I'm thinking of a place on Wheeler Plaza. Okay, it comes. Where does that building go after February 1st? What account or what fund or where does it go? Goes to the city. Is that correct?
Well, the city will serve as the successor agency, which will essentially be an administrative body for the oversight board, which will be the governing body.
Okay, please don't confuse me with all that. Just explain. I'm
So
going to sell that building.
We'll set up a new fund.
Yes, a new fund. Okay, good.
For any of the RDA assets.
Okay, now I'm understanding.
As we work through the process.
So all this we sell Building A.
We sell
it goes into this special fund.
It will go into a special fund if the oversight committee for some reason wants us to hang on to the money.
Right.
Otherwise, the asset would be sold and the proceeds would be redistributed through the state process and sent to the other taxing agencies who would receive that money.
Okay.
The idea here is to liquidate all the assets, assuming that that's the priority
You're
of the
liquidating the
oversight.
assets, you're putting it in a special fund. But let's say the fund does get separated out or thrown to everything, and there's no money in the special fund 3 years from now.
The city's not liable.
So we lose in court $4.3 million. What happens?
The city cannot be liable for anything
so who
over
pays
than the
or nobody
assets.
pays? Who pays or nobody pays?
Well, my understanding is the payment would come out of, they would continue to calculate what and I apologize because I know you don't want to talk about the increment.
Yeah, the increment.
But they would go back into the increment formula and they would make payments on some schedule to satisfy the obligation. Now, one of the questions will certainly be the timing because my understanding is that after bond proceeds, legal obligations take precedent over some other obligations. So we may be in a situation where we have to impound money before it's redistributed for the sake of...
The main thrust of this is the general fund will not have to pay if we lose.
That's correct.
Okay, so there'll either be money there or they'll take future money or that we wouldn't get into the general fund to begin with.
That's correct.
So there's no general fund money being at risk, so to speak.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make sure that's the point made.
Thank you, Mr. Grisilli. Mr. Collins?
Thank you, Mr. Grisilli. I'm now more confused than I've ever been. So let's take Foodville, for example. We own that building. We sell that building for X dollars. That money goes into the successor agency.
Special fund.
Special fund. But that's not our money. Even though the redevelopment agency money was our money?
That's correct.
Okay, but it's not, we sell it, the money goes into that new successor agency.
The money
but
may
we can't
not even
control
go
it.
into the new successor agency.
I'm sorry?
The money may not go into the successor agency at all. It may simply be sold and the proceeds redistributed to all the taxing agencies. So the schools, the county, the city, everybody who gets a piece of the property tax.
Now, when you say the schools, are you talking about our schools and the community
Community
college?
college district, the high school district,
All right.
our elementary school district, a piece of it goes to the Redwood Elementary School, everybody who gets a piece of our property tax.
So it's not going back to the state?
Well, not.
Is it passing through the state?
Well, all taxes pass through the state.
Okay, well.
Either at the county level
Right,
or
I
the state
understand.
level.
That's good.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Grocott? Good. Okay. Is there any public comment on item 11G?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr.
Yeah,
Orwell.
it just was a follow-on to something.
sure.
Because I actually had spent quite a bit of time talking with Jeff ahead of time, city manager ahead of time, and then after I listened to your very excellent questions, I realized I was totally confused. No.
Way to go,
Yeah,
Mr. Grisilli.
no, it's
Way to
good.
go.
The one thing I just want to clarify, at the very end of the discussion you were having with Councilman Grisilli, I think my understanding would have led me to a slightly different answer. So I just want to test it to make sure my understanding is correct. That if the judgment in the future goes against us, and out of the $4.3 million, out of the increment, we only benefit to the extent of 11 cents on the dollar, roughly. So that's like $500,000, whatever 1.11 times 4.3 million is. That $400,000 to $500,000, we would lose in the sense that if the judgment had not been held against us, there would be $400,000 more over time coming to us out of the increment.
That's correct.
And so what's at risk, if you will, is that if we appeal the lawsuit and we win and the judgment goes away, we will essentially be looking at a somewhat higher level of property taxes coming into the general fund. And if we lose for some period of time until that $400,000 to $500,000 obligation is paid off, we will see somewhat less.
Right.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
It's the same $400,000 whether you pay it up front now or whether you had to pay it in several years, it would still be
Right.
the same amount.
Right.
And there's other ongoing payments potentially at a future tax increment
Right.
that are not calculated right
Not in
now.
the general fund.
Right. And the only other comment I'll make, for whatever it's worth, in my simple mental shorthand for the benefit of my colleagues, I've sort of visualized this as these properties which were ours, essentially it's almost like as of February 1st, title to them passes back to the state or the county or the county, I guess, if you want to look at it that way. And so we may end up selling them, but we will be sort of acting as an agent in that sense. So that's why you were saying the money may or may not actually even go through city books.
Well, Mr. Maltby or Mr. Sawicki, we wouldn't even be as a city acting as the agent. Isn't that the board that yourself and I will be sitting on?
Well, yeah, the board will serve as the governing body. We will serve as the administrative arm of that body.
Okay.
So-
But the board of the seven, the two of us and the five members from the county, will be deciding on liquidating the assets, correct?
That's correct, and the city staff,
Will
the
then
city
liquidate the
organization
assets.
will be functioning as the administrative arm of that
But the
body.
policy
So
won't be set in this chamber. It'll be set wherever.
That's correct. It'll be set by the governing board.
Okay. Great. Just wanted to make sure. So there's no public comment, and I imagine there's not a lot of discussion. If we can get a motion.
Through the chair.
Yes, Mr. Sawicki.
One thing I needed to add to this schedule, which we recognized after preparing it, one of the properties that the agency owns, it actually was purchased with the housing funds adjacent to the Wheeler Plaza site, is the building that contains Vogue Cleaners. There is a cleanup going on. We have a case opened with County Health, and the city is named as a co-responsible party with the tenant to have that cleaned up. The plan was to have it cleaned up as part of a Wheeler Plaza redevelopment if it were to go forward. We do have a plan of action that we are preparing. We have a proposal right now from a consultant to carry that out. What we need to do is add that to the schedule. So
What's the number?
Well, currently we have a contract of $24,000 proposed. We haven't approved the contract, but we've received it. What's important is to have the line item on there, and the dollars can change. This can always be amended over time, but we want to at least make sure that we've recognized that this is an obligation.
Okay, so we'll be seeing an amended motion then by Mr. Grisilli, who's the best at those.
I'd like to make a motion for agency resolution number RDA
195?
I'm sorry,
195?
195, a resolution of the San Carlos Redevelopment Agency adopting an amended enforceable obligations payment schedule with the extra added item that Mr. Sawicki mentioned for the Vogue Cleaners cleanup in accordance with the provisions of Health and Safety Code Section 34169G, parentheses AB 1X26, Stats 2011, First Extraordinary Session, Chapter 5, paren.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Madam Clerk?
Director Collins?
Yes.
Director Grisilli?
Yes.
Director Grocott?
Yes.
Director Olbert?
Yes.
Chair Klein?
Yes. Okay, now just reminding everyone, we pulled items 11A, 11AI, 11E, and 11F till the next meeting, so we'll be starting with 11B, consideration of approving the implementation of an urban canopy program.
Sorry, guys, I just had to understand what the fund wasn't going to get me.
I understood it. No, I don't. We just got the money up protected. I get it. Good question. Mr. Long, how long are you going to need for your report?
5 minutes.
Sounds great.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This item is part of a 6-month strategic plan to develop the Urban Canopy Program and present to the City Council for action. There has been a recent interest in planting trees in San Carlos. The Lions Club recently sponsored a tree planting event at Laurel Park as part of their Million Tree Planting Campaign, and the Youth Advisory Council has expressed an interest in planting trees near the Youth Center. This, along with the city's interest in becoming a member of the Tree City USA, has been the impetus for developing an urban canopy program. The program is intended to provide a process for which community organizations, neighborhoods, or individuals can utilize to contribute to the city's urban canopy. The Urban Canopy Program establishes procedures and guidelines to help those interested in enhancing the city's urban forest. The program is designed to provide a simplified process for developing, recommending, and instituting tree planting projects throughout the city. The Urban Canopy Program may eventually lead to the development of a comprehensive urban forestry plan that serves as a master plan for developing and sustaining the city's urban forest. Now, the proposed program includes 3 steps that are indicated on the slide. Number 1 is the proposal is submitted for staff review. So staff has an opportunity to take a look at what they're proposing and review certain aspects of that. And staff will identify funding requirements. It'll recommend trees, the appropriate species in genus, and where the trees will be placed. It'll also address tree maintenance requirements for that particular species. Number 2, the Parks and Recreation Commission, sitting as the tree board, will review and comment on any of the staff's recommendation. And 3, the Parks and Recreation / Tree Board will consider adopting the proposal. Now, step 2 and 3 provide for public comment. And the plan also includes strategies to manage and expand existing tree resources, along with plans for developing community engagement. And that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Does anyone want to start? Mr. Holbert?
Yep, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Director Long, thank you for the presentation. I actually just had one question, which was sparked by an email we got this afternoon. I believe the entire council was copied on, which I thought was a brilliant observation that I was sorry I hadn't thought of myself, which was, is there a component in here in tree selection that addresses the issue of us poor people who suffer from allergies?
Yes, no, there's not, and I did receive that, and actually my wife beat that person to it. She had read the report herself and said that we need to consider allergens when we're thinking about species. So we do have a grid that lays out the trees, potential trees, and some of their benefits, whether they're natives, whether they're drought tolerant, and one of the columns needs to include whether they produce allergens.
So that could be incorporated, yes, you think, without compromising the rest of the policy?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Grisilli?
Mr. Long, on the urban canopy program on City Hall stationery, it's, I guess, is it an attachment to us, or apologize? There's no page number. I guess it's page 1, I guess, of attachment 1. The first line says all trees, shrubs, and other vegetation. And I understand the tree concept. I mean, that's basically what we're talking about. What are we talking about with shrubs and other vegetation? Does that mean that people can't re-landscape their front yards, or, I mean...
No, this is a particular, when we're thinking of trees, shrubs, and other vegetation in the city, we're focusing with that comment particularly on our median strips and around in our park areas.
Oh, okay, so it's the sort of the common area, the city area? Or,
that's correct.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Collins.
I may have answered my own question because you specifically say here street trees. So we're not talking about trees that are going to be well away from the street and are going to be lower.
That is correct. Although the intention of this is to include a broad spectrum of trees that may fall outside what is totally considered street trees. So when somebody comes up with a proposal, because it's not considered, a street tree per se, it doesn't mean we wouldn't consider it.
Okay, and I too am very glad that letter came in today because I hadn't thought of that either. I'm glad Mr. Olbert brought it up. My wife is especially allergic to privet, anything that's a privet.
Right.
Just a couple other things. I noticed that this list, this was compiled by the tree board or the...
No, it wasn't. This has actually been around for quite some time, and it was compiled. It actually precedes my time with the city, but it was a part of the planning and building department presenting suitable trees for medians in common areas.
And is there an opportunity for us to add any other suggestions?
Absolutely.
Can we make it right now?
Sure.
Or should we make it later?
You can either that, you can send me some information, or you can...
I'll send you one. The tree I had in mind, there's actually a few of them in Burton Park right now. They're called... No, it's not. It's called Liriodendron. It's a tulip tree, but people think of tulip tree, they think of magnolia. It's not a magnolia. It's a deciduous tree, and they're... I used to have one in my front yard in San Mateo. They're very sturdy trees, and they grow well. Anyway, it'd be great to see it added to the list.
Yeah, absolutely. And what you're looking at are tree recommendations. They're for people to look at and take as a reference point, but there certainly is room for people to make recommendations and for staff to look into the appropriateness of those particular trees.
Generally, I really like the list. There's a lot of great trees on there. Thank you.
Mr. Grocott.
So I'm wondering, can we change some of the language here in attachment 1, because it seems like when I read what we're doing here, what we're approving essentially is attachment 1, which will go down in history as our urban canopy program, and any wording that's in this document will be looked back 100 years from now. What did the council mean when they approved this program? And right now, I have the same concern I think I heard down this end of the dais with the first sentence, that the urban canopy comprises all the trees, shrubs, and other vegetation within the city of San Carlos. And I don't want to see that misconstrued in the future as overreaching onto private property. I see under implementation a clarification or more detail on what's going on here. And correct me if I'm wrong, but what it's saying is specific to trees, like if somebody wants to cut down a heritage oak tree, and that's what this is referring to, is the heritage program that we have, correct?
I don't know what specific comment you're looking at this, but the report itself is referring to trees in general and encouraging the planting of trees within the city. Yes. Okay, but it refers to Chapter 12.2 of the Municipal Code, which specifically addresses the maintenance and removal of trees on public and private property. So where I'm going with this, Mr. Long, is I have a concern with the first sentence because it says the urban canopy comprises all the trees, shrubs, and other vegetation within the city of San Carlos. Right. And one reads that and thinks, I want to plant a vegetable garden in my backyard, and I got to get out of the city and get a permit for it. For that. And I know that's not what we mean right now, but like I said, 100 years from now, I don't want anybody to think that either. So I want to make sure that we're tight in our language. I will correct that language to reflect what this report is about.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Is that it, Mr. Grocott?
Yes.
Okay, my only suggestion, Mr. Long, is a lot of these, there's a lot of trees that I'm reading, Japan, New Zealand, whatnot. They're not native trees. I would like you to strive as hard as you can to make sure we have native trees. I understand a lot of trees are pretty and people want a lot of color, but we should try to be as environmentally friendly as we can in this. And, we have native animals, and they usually tend to stick to native trees. So let's try to stay as native as we can.
Okay.
But that's it. So we will entertain a motion. Oh, sorry, I'm completely off place. We have public comment. We have Bonnie McClure, followed by Suzanne Emerson, and then Ann Iverson. I should have known better, Bonnie, that we're not going to have a urban canopy program with that public comment.
Well, Bonnie McClure, San Carlos Sierra Club, and we thank you for reading the email that you received from the Sierra Club about the allergens. And being as you've covered that, I would like to note that we are for the native trees, but the other thing is that park trees, I want that to be in the urban. And sometimes when the big trees are taken down and you put a 24-inch pot tree back, it takes a long time. Hillcrest Circle Park, some large trees were taken down. Eucalyptus, which made me happy, but not some of my neighbors. The little trees that are there don't provide shade for the kids. We really need to make more of an attempt to suit the size to the site.
Thank you, Ms. McClure. We have Suzanne Emerson, followed by Ann Iverson.
Good evening, Suzanne Emerson of San Carlos. San Carlos Green, on whose behalf I'm speaking this evening, is happy with the urban tree program that has been developed. We're especially happy to see that there are provisions, there are trees that are on the list that are specifically identified as being appropriate for planting underneath power lines. We're hoping that the setbacks from power lines or water mains or the sewer line do not create an impediment to planting of trees, especially in street tree locations. And we look forward to being able to work on some programs where we can plant some street trees here in San Carlos. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Ann Iverson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I'm also speaking as a resident and on behalf of San Carlos Green. We're really happy to see this program, and we urge you to pass the program. I have a couple of comments on it, however. What's not clear in this program is that trees are really an integral part of our climate action plan. Not sure if you remember, but in the energy section, there are several goals having to do with trees. And so I just want to remind you of that. Also, ensure that there's some sort of tracking mechanism so that we can keep track of new trees, replaced trees, and trees that are removed as well, so that when we go forward to trying to measure our climate mitigation, that we have something to go by. So that would be important. And the other two goals, this plan actually satisfies one of the three goals in the climate action plan. The other two have to do with, tree coverage and replacement requirements for new development and parking lots. And that actually kind of tackles something a little different. It has to do with the placement of trees so that we not only provide beauty for our parks and residential areas, but also for our downtown areas, and we provide a lot of shade, which also accomplishes a lot of the other environmental impacts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. And last up, we have Brian Randall.
Mr. Mayor, City Councilman, Brian Randall, San Carlos. Quite a few years ago, Bob Lanzone gave us an ordinance. Up until that time, the city was responsible for repairing any damage to the sidewalk. However, the new ordinance, which is still in effect, makes it responsible for the homeowner. Now, I like trees, but please don't plant one in front of my house. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Randall. Okay, we'll move on to discussion as there's no more public comments. Mr. Grocott, would you like to start?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, if I may, through the chair, address Mr. Grocott, Vice Mayor Grocott's comment, and one of the council members that talked about the opening line, and I do understand that the ambiguity with that particular sentence, but if in writing this, it was a description of what an urban canopy is, not what the urban canopy program entails. So it's just a mention of what comprises a typical urban canopy, and that's trees, shrubs, and things of that nature. That was intended. But as you suggested, I will wordsmith that and make that a little clearer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So discussion, Mr. Grocott, do you have anything?
No, I'm satisfied with
Mr. Collins?
what we've got here.
No comments.
Mr. Olbert?
No comments, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Grisilli?
No comments.
Okay, my only comment is, Mr. Long, I agree with Bonnie McClure, and you're going to get your first test of it at Burton Park. We want to see park trees, as she said. We don't, want puny little trees, but we would like park trees. So, okay, I'll entertain a motion then.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve the implementation of an urban canopy program.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Olbert?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
Yes. Okay, moving on to item 11C, authorize the city manager to sign the short-term trash load reduction plan.
Honorable Mayor Klein and members of the City Council, good evening. Public Works Superintendent Paul Baker. Hopefully, this will be one of the easier items on your agenda. We're here this
You
evening.
gotta watch yourself there, Paul. Now you just jinxed it.
Don't jinx it up. We're here this evening to give you a short background on the short-term trash load reduction plan. The municipal regional permit, which became effective in December 2009, applies to municipalities in the San Francisco Bay region. Provision C10 of this permit requires implementation of control measures to reduce trash loads by 40% by 2014, 70% by 2017, and 100% by 2022. Along with other requirements in the permit, we are required to develop a short-term trash load reduction plan by February 1st of this year for the 2014 deadline. The plan should include best management practices, trash reduction ordinances, and control measures, such as these full trash capture devices you see here. With assistance from BASMA, or the Bay Area Stormwater Management Agencies Association, we have put this trash reduction plan together for the city of San Carlos. The good news is we were able to obtain a 51% reduction for this term, mainly from enhanced maintenance activities, which is far above the 40% required by these control measures. I will briefly describe these control measures. We were able to obtain a 5.5% reduction for public education through our participation in the BASMA Regional Outreach Program. And we took a 0.9% reduction for fencing at creek and road crossing locations to reduce illegal dumping activities. And we are planning for a 6.7% reduction for enhanced on-land cleanups. And we also received an 8.4% reduction for a sweeping plan that is above the baseline in the design plan. And we were very fortunate to obtain a huge 23.6% reduction in trash load for the installation of full trash capture devices on 58 catch basins in downtown, as well as 8 on Industrial Road. 58 of these devices were obtained through a San Francisco Estuary Partnership grant. And finally, a 5.9% reduction is proposed for enhanced creek cleanups. So these measures are how we were able to obtain the required 40% for this first stage of reduction. Future reductions, however, will be a little more of a challenge. Ordinances will be needed to meet the 70% and 100% requirements by the 2017 and 2022 deadlines. So just to review a few of these credits, a single-use carry-out plastic bag ordinance would generate a 6 to 12% credit based on the level of implementation. And as you were going to hear later in the agenda, but has been dropped off till next time, adopting an ordinance to reduce the distribution of polystyrene foam food serviceware would provide a 2 to 8% reduction based on the level of implementation. And adopting the county ordinance would give the full 8% reduction towards future reduction plans. Reducing trash from uncovered loads, an ordinance prohibiting transporting of debris without a cover, and enhanced enforcement would provide a 1 to 5% reduction. That doesn't look too good, does it? Okay, and also a ordinance for the enforcement of adequate private trash and recycling containers, as well as establishing business improvement districts, and a strategic plan for public trash containers would generate a 1 to 6% reduction credit. The biggest credit, however, that would be available is for an ordinance requiring all food service establishments to provide discounts when a reusable container is used and or fees are charged when a takeout container is used. This would generate an 8 to 24% reduction credit. Hopefully I've been able to provide some background on the short-term trash load reduction plan and giving you some ideas on what will need to be addressed in the future. And I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Short and sweet. You made some friends up here. Let's go to questions. Mr. Grocott, do you have anything?
Yeah, I do. When I was reading through the more lengthy report, not the executive summary, but the attachment, I guess. Yeah. On page 16, it talks about anti-littering and illegal dumping enforcement activities, which I think in your calculations there, we got 0.9 for that. Is that right? Is that right? Yeah. And it says, as an example, in some California jurisdictions, the minimum fine for littering is $500 and the maximum penalty for highway littering is $1,000. What is it in San Carlos?
Not sure what the littering penalty is in San Carlos.
I'm not sure. I'll have to look into it. I think it's the latter, the $1,000 fine at state law.
So we already have an ordinance that we couldn't get any points by either creating an ordinance or creating one with a double fine than what we have now, or what?
Yeah, I think the answer is the municipal code may not have a specific fine. I'd have to look into it for you in all honesty.
Well, okay, so my point is, and I guess this thing comes back around to Mr. Baker, is...
well, if you wanted to enhance the different levels, there's different ways you can do things. One thing they talk about in the anti-littering dumping enforcement section to get higher levels would have the use of surveillance cameras in areas where there's heavy dumping,
right,
or having like people out there trying to catch people and having more enforcement from say PD or the sheriff's
Okay.
department.
Well, when we come to discussion, I want to look at that point.
Okay. Mr. Collins?
I don't know if you had a picture of it up there, but I'm curious as to what a full capture device is and what it looks like.
Yeah, the full trash capture device was up there, but it was.
I thought I saw it, but it was hard to. It looked like an aerial view, and I was having a hard time.
So it's actually a device that fits into the catch basin that has a screen on it.
Okay.
This is one of the ones we have installed on Industrial Road, and they have like a netting in there, and we have to actually take them out and clean them. So anything that flows down the gutter actually flows into there. We capture it. So it has to be 100% captured.
Are those feasible for most storm drains?
For most, yes.
For most, even in the residential areas?
Storm drain, we have, in residential areas, we have storm drains that are big enough for those? Or can you get smaller ones?
Well, some of the smaller catch basins, it's difficult to get the devices in them. We chose Laurel Street mostly because we get more credit for the commercial industrial areas as we do residential. We don't get as much bang for your buck, you might say.
Okay, and then there was a line in there about increased storm drain inlet maintenance. How does that work?
Well, right now we clean all of our catch basins once a year, and that's basically the standard. We actually do clean them a little bit more than that. But if we were to increase the maintenance to twice a year or 4 times a year, we could actually get another like 1% on the plan as well.
Okay.
There are a few things where we could gather 1 or 2 more percent through some additional maintenance items, but kind of saving those for next time around.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Grisilli?
No questions.
Mr. Olbert?
No questions.
Okay, Mr. Baker, I just want to go back to what Mr. Grocott brought up. You're talking about surveillance cameras, but you weren't talking about littering. You were talking about illegal dumping hotspots.
Right.
So it's not a guy throwing a cigarette butt out. It's actual illegal dumping. Do we have any illegal dumping hotspots in San Carlos?
We don't.
Okay.
That's why I didn't expand on that one too much.
Okay, because I was hoping if we did, we would have taken care of that by now.
Every once in a while we get a sofa dump somewhere,
Yeah.
but it's random.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Baker.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't have any public speaker cards for this, so we will go to council discussion. Mr. Grocott, you said you had something to discuss.
Well, yeah. Number one, I'm troubled by this whole approach here. I appreciate the efforts and the things like what's up on the screen right there. I think we should be doing things like that to keep trash out of the streams and waterways, which is what, being that this is from the NPDES, that's what they're all about, is keeping these kind of things out of the bay, which I agree with. Much of the approach, or where they're going with this in the future, I do not agree with. And so I'll wait to hear what other council members say, but I'm somewhat inclined to vote against this because of the incrementalism of it. I agree with and I'll say this as well. When I was reading through this, and there's the chart on the second page of the staff report, the executive summary, I put marks next to the things that I could most agree with, and then when I got to what Mr. Baker had recommended, or staff had recommended, I saw that he and I, that the two of us were in agreement. So I was happy about that. Except on this anti-littering and illegal dumping enforcement activities. I disagree that it's hard to catch people and so forth. I think we're making virtually no effort to catch people. We see in League of Cities magazines all the time, or we get emails every once in a while from companies that provide surveillance cameras, and I think we could use a few of those in our pocket, not only for trash, but graffiti, and put it in hot spots, put them on, places around town where we see activity happening, whether it's graffiti or trash. And in one area, it may not be considered a hot spot for things like dumping sofas and so forth, but, go check out 101 Holly Interchange anytime, just about, except after the Lions go through and do cleanup, and that's a hot spot for trash. And it seems to me, in today's world with technology, we could put things out there. I often wonder, and the worst place I see this is not actually in San Carlos, but when you get off at Marsh Road in Palo Alto, that freeway interchange is so gross and littered with trash. It's a huge problem, and yet I see no signs about, posted signs like I used to see growing up as a kid in Ohio about what it is, the fine that you pay if you litter. We used to see those in California, and I don't see much of those anymore either. So my point is, I would like to see something in this that would move our 0.9 up to 2, 3, 4, whatever we could get it. And I think one of the things we could look at is signage, telling people, you litter in our town, you pay a fine, number one. A little bit like Redwood City has those humorous signs about speeding, and they also have, I think, some for other things. And like I said, we should be looking at surveillance cameras and put those in our pocket.
Just to clarify, Mr. Grocott, so you were inclined to possibly vote against it because it's not strong enough in that area. Is that what I'm
no, I'm inclined possibly to vote against it because by accepting it and agreeing with NPDES, we're kind of saying, yeah, we did this now, and we know you're going to come at us in the future with all these other ordinances that you want us to do. And I don't agree with that approach when it comes to trash. I'm, as you can tell, I'm pretty exercised about seeing the trash out there.
I'm getting
I think
excited.
the approach of how we deal with it, I'm not so much in agreement with.
Okay. Mr. Collins?
No comments at this time.
Mr. Grisilli?
No comments.
Mr. Olbert?
Yeah, just a couple. Following on what Matt said, I actually would be willing to hear some input, perhaps at a future time, from staff about how we might be able to use signage or surveillance to increase our score in that area. I can think of a lot of reasons why the surveillance might not be particularly effective at Holly and 101, even though I agree with you, Matt, that it's a pretty, having helped clean up there one time, it's actually a pretty grungy area. Well, not as grungy as some. I'm generally supportive of what is here. The one question I guess I have is the framework that it's built on is essentially that of averaging what the sort of average community is, what the average community does in terms of generating trash that ends up in the trash load stream. And there's a part of me that almost wonders whether or not those models ever get checked against or spot checked against the experience in a particular community. I mean, hypothetically, let's say that San Carlos was a community that everybody was incredibly religious about never putting anything except in trash, and we always secured lids. And we know that's not happening, but this mechanism would still basically say, well, you are putting trash into the system, and you have to take action to solve it, even though it's not really a problem. I would just be interested in learning more at a future date on whether those kind of checking against the actual experience ever takes place and whether you can ever get credit for that, if you will. But in terms of this particular proposal, since we apparently seem to have the programs in place already, as I understand it, to achieve what we need to do, I'm happy to support it.
Okay. So my only comments are I agree with Mr. Grocott on a lot of what he said. When it comes to littering, I'm in favor of this, but I really do think we should uptick our littering enforcement. I had my first set of office hours this Saturday, and a young gentleman, a sixth grader, who was a Boy Scout, he came in they have to do a merit badge for civil service, and he wanted to talk to the mayor, and I asked him, if he had any complaints about the town, and his only complaint, and he's a sixth grader, was it's dirty. And he talked about Alameda. He said he walks Alameda with his dog, and people, they clean up after their dog, and then they just drop the bag, which I just think is ridiculous. Why even bother cleaning it up then? And, he talked about him and his father volunteer, and they climb up one of the hills, and they bring the little picker-upper things, and they fill bags full of trash. And that was his one complaint, was we need more trash cans. We need people to stop littering. And so I totally agree with you, Mr. Grocott. I wish we could uptick it to the point where if you got caught littering, our police could tase you. But I don't think that's going to happen. So I'm going to vote for this, and Mr. Grocott, I would hope that you and I could get together on the strategic plan and maybe try to put something in there where we can uptick enforcement and have it come in back as a separate issue and talk to our public works staff and see what other communities have done, because not all communities are. I'm not saying San Carlos is dirty. I think we're average, but there are communities out there that are very clean.
Well, I have a question then. Yeah. For the council, could I could see myself voting for this if we could ask staff to include some language and look at some programs as a part of our vote tonight. We're directing staff to look at what it might take to do a little more enforcement and review our ordinance on fines and perhaps add some signage or even look at and bring to council some consideration for surveillance cameras.
Just looking at staff, is that if we can add that on, would that be acceptable to add on to our motion?
Sure, we would just include that on a future council agenda.
Very good. Okay, so I'll vote for it.
So, Mr. Roca, can you make the motion then, and you can add that in, or you can just say,
Sure, I will make a motion that we. Let me look for the action item. Hold on a second.
It's authorize the city manager.
Okay. Approve a resolution authorizing the city manager to sign the short-term trash reduction plans with also direction from council to look at CR5, anti-littering and illegal dumping enforcement activities that the city of San Carlos may be able to implement in the future.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Do we need to read a resolution?
No, you don't need to read it.
Okay.
It's number 7, by the way.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
So what we're doing is we're voting, just to understand, we're voting on approving this, and then we're voting to have the staff study some possible additions to this. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, so an information
Okay, so it's
only item.
it's not
will-
included in this. It's going to be possibly added on later.
Correct.
If I may, Mr. Grisilli, clarification for you and I think for staff. Yes, I was trying to leave it fairly broad for staff to bring back items that relate to CR5 in the report.
I caught what you said. I
Yeah.
just want to make sure, because I'm not going to vote for it if it's in here. I'll vote for it if it's going to be brought back in a
Yes.
separate way.
Yes, it's to be brought
Not
back.
included in this.
Right, correct. We're not amending the letter.
Right, we're not amending this.
No,
But
we're not
but we're
amending
being
the
asked
letter.
to bring back a separate information.
Separate information. Okay, fine.
Right.
I vote yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Olbert?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
Yes. Okay, now we're moving on to item 11D, discussion of the city's green programs and climate protection work and consideration of continuing San Carlos membership in ICLEI Local Governments for Sustainability. Mr. Mora, before you start, we have a very large stack of speaker slips tonight. We have roughly 23, so that's going to take possibly an hour worth of speakers. Most of you are new to these city council members or city meetings, and some of you are not even from this community. The way we do public comment is you get 2 minutes to do public comment. We don't allow clapping or booing during public comment. We don't want to intimidate people. We want people to be free to speak however they choose, and so please, no clapping, no booing. I've already warned you once. If it does happen, we're going to clear the chambers, and people will come in one at a time. So Mr. Mora will do a staff presentation, we'll go council questions, and then we'll have public comment.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. What we're doing tonight is we're going to talk a little bit about the city's green program. We usually do these updates in the summer, but in light of this particular issue, and also because we have 2 new council members, we thought it'd be helpful to start there. And then we're also going to answer some of the questions that were raised in August by some of the folks who are opposed to some of the city's sustainability initiatives. So we'll start off with the city's program, and some of you know this, but for those of you who don't, San Carlos has for a long time had a very ambitious environmental program, and in 2007, after several council members ran for office and heard a lot as they walked the community that the community was interested in a dramatic expansion, staff came to the council in May of 2007, and that expansion was approved. At that time, and again, as always, this is subject to council consideration and amendment, what the council said, and has been the policy since that time, is the council wanted us to expand our green programs, work on climate protection, but do so at a minimal cost, and they also wanted us to partner with and work with other cities, agencies, and resources, and we've done that. What we call it is a multi-tiered approach. We show you in the staff report a page from the city's recent Beacon Award that we were acknowledged not only for our programs, but also for the fact that we do this multi-tiered approach. And here's some of the, and again, this is a partial list, but shows some of the many people that we work with on our annual work in climate change and green projections. That includes the city staff, the Chamber of Commerce, and the Chamber of Commerce Green Business Committee. San Carlos Green, which is a citizens committee in San Carlos that's interested in green efforts and climate protection. San Mateo County and their Recycle Works and other projects related to that. Rethink Waste, the 12-agency organization that deals with recycling and franchising the garbage haulers. The County Energy Watch, which is a program that is co-sponsored with the City County Association of Governments, the county, the cities, and is partially funded by the public service charge on energy bills. We also partner with Joint Venture Silicon Valley, which has a climate protection task force, which involves all 42 cities and counties in Silicon Valley. San Carlos is a charter member of that group, and I've served on its executive committee since its inception. We also work with the Association of Bay Area Governments, ABAG. We work with the Regional Air Board, and we've had some grants from them, and we can talk about that later if you like. We work with ICLEI, and we also work with the League of California Cities and their associate group, the Institute for Local Self-Government, and again, it's a partial list. In terms of city activities and accomplishments, again, it's a long list, but some of the highlights. The city, with the recent enhancements in garbage collection and recycling, has now met and exceeded both AB 939 and SB 1018, which are the state recycling requirements. We have done greenhouse gas inventories using 2007 as the base year for both the entire community and the city government. We have one of the first climate action plans that's tied to a general plan in the state, and we've received several awards for that. The city has implemented the CalGreen green building code that was required by the state as of January 1st of last year. We've also enhanced it, which is why we have that plus. We've added some Title 24 energy requirements. I think it's worth noting there that of the first 20 permits that came in under our green building code, 15 of them came in not because of the state minimum requirements, but because of the city additional requirements. We received a federal block grant for energy efficiency of $147,000, and that's being rolled out now. We're adding LED street lighting to both Britton Avenue and Industrial Road. We're also going to be doing some building energy efficiency work with that money. You recently mentioned earlier the mayor did the Green Business Awards, where we recognize outstanding achievement in environmental efforts and sustainability each year with the Chamber of Commerce. We have an annual creek cleanup day with the residents to help clean up the creeks. The residents pick up the material. Public Works Department picks it away on the following Monday. I mentioned the Beacon Award that's in your packet. The city also conducted 2 statewide webinars on mandatory commercial recycling ordinances with Cal Recycle and the Institute for Local Government, and that material is on their website. And as the mayor mentioned, in coming meetings we'll be talking to you both styrofoam and plastic bag bans. The Climate Action Plan, briefly, that shows you that the Climate Action Plan that the city adopted in 2009 along with the general plan has 23 climate protection measures. It is targeted to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in San Carlos by 15% by 2020 and 35% by 2035. As it notes up there, it's linked to the general plan. It's consistent with AB 32, state requirements, and it also establishes CEQA thresholds. The city has won 3 awards for this effort, including Innovation and Green Planning, Outstanding Planning, and the Visionary Award from Grand Boulevard. It has been cited by the state as a model for other cities in California to follow, and you'll notice on the left, as of last week, the San Carlos Climate Action Plan and our outreach process is now featured in a textbook for upcoming planners entitled Local Climate Action Planning, How It's Done. We also have seen dramatic increases in recycling that we talked to you about at an earlier meeting this year as a result of the new programs from Rethink Waste. In our zoning ordinance, the recent zoom in on zoning process that the council authorized a couple months ago, there are several measures in that document that tie back to the Climate Action Plan. I won't go through the list. And most recently, Deborah Nelson, the planning manager, and I are working on yet another project to create what we're calling the Climate Action Plan Progress Report or Scorecard, which we plan to present to the council later this year. One of the points that we made in the staff report, and we want to emphasize here as well, is there's been a lot of talk about how some of these environmental, sustainability, and climate protection measures impact property rights. And we want to make it clear that it is true that there are new requirements and mandates starting in 2007 forward, but I think it's also important to understand where these come from. And the requirements that affect San Carlos and other cities in the state come from the state and regulatory bodies. You just heard a report from Paul Baker in Public Works about the requirements under NPDES. Those come from the State Regional Water Quality Board, which is a state agency. Similarly, other state requirements, climate change now has to be addressed in environmental documents for new businesses and major developments. That's a regulation that came from the Governor's Office of Planning and Research. The Cal Green Building Code came from the CBSC, as you see in the logo up there. And what's interesting about Cal Green, by the way, is starting July 1st, it will include tenant improvements as well. So Cal Green is about to be expanded this summer. In recycling, we mentioned AB 939 and SB 1018. We also talked to the council recently, and I thought it bears mentioning here, that AB 341 was recently passed by the legislature and signed by Governor Brown. It requires mandatory commercial recycling measures starting July 1st of this year. And it also requires all cities in California to reach a 75% recycling goal for both businesses and residents by the year 2020. We'll be working on that shortly. SB 375 was passed a couple years ago, written by Senate Pro Tem Darrell Steinberg. It talks about a sustainable community strategy. Al Savay has been in front of this council a couple times on that process, and he's working on that. And then, as you just heard, we also have enhanced stormwater requirements, again, through the state. So let's turn now to some of the comments that we heard in August, some opposition to the city's green and sustainability programs. And this was some interesting comments, I think, for the city, because up until August, we've had 3.5 years where pretty much everybody who's appeared before you has talked about the city going further in this area as opposed to pulling back. And so I think in some respects one could see this as perhaps the other side of the coin, as it were. And I'm going to address some of the comments that were made and our observation on some recommendations. We heard from one speaker who lives in town whose parents have ranch land in Siskiyou County. And the concern was, according to the testimony in August, that the ranch was moved from the so-called yellow to red zoning designation. And there was a concern from this speaker that this zoning change could lead to property loss and a shortage of beef in the state. We checked with Siskiyou County and we found out that while there is not any color zoning designations, there are letter designations. There are 18 of them in that particular agency. There are also a lot of ranches, and in fact, as you see in the picture on the homepage of the Siskiyou County, not only do they have a lot of ranches, they even have some ranch art. And that's a picture of the metal cattle, what they call Moodana in Siskiyou County. The staff point here on this particular issue that was brought before you in August is the ranch property in question is not in San Carlos, and we would recommend that this particular set of property owners work with Siskiyou County since that's where the property is located. Then we had a testimony from a couple who live in Montara, and they had some concerns about the process that was needed to obtain permits to build a home on property near the San Mateo County coast side. They told the council at that time that some of the requirements were that they needed to get permissions and met with the county planning department, the county board of supervisor, the coastal commission, and the state Supreme Court. Ultimately, as we understand it, the approvals were obtained for the home, but the concern from the folks on the coast side was that it took a long time. Again, we would note, as with the previous issue, this is property that is not in San Carlos. It's on the coast side. I did have an opportunity late last week to talk with Supervisor Don Horsley, who, as you know, represents Montara. And he indicated he'd love to talk to this couple in the future, and so I would suggest that in this particular issue that you refer these folks to the supervisor, as that is where the property is not in San Carlos. We also heard some discussion about so-called Agenda 21 in the United Nations. It was an interesting discussion because prior to August, the city had never heard of either Agenda 21 or the process that it went through. We were urged to look into it and what the federal government was doing, so we did. What we learned was that this was a International Sustainability Action Plan, as it's called. It was generated during the United Nations, what they called the Earth Summit, held in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil in 1992. It was adopted by 178 countries, including the United States. The U.S. action was taken by President George H.W. Bush, which was 4 presidents ago. We also heard last week from some of the folks, the anti-sustainability group, that they question whether or not this was appropriately done because it was not acted on by the Congress. We talked to Congressmember Speer, and her office told us that the key question here as to whether or not former President Bush acted appropriately is whether or not this document, this action plan, is a treaty, quote unquote. They indicated, Congressmember Speer's office, that they would be happy to meet with members of the San Carlos community or others who are in her district to find out whether or not this is a treaty. They indicated that over the phone that they weren't able to answer that question, that it would take longer than the time that they had allowed. And again, a key point here is, as I indicated earlier, is because this is an international treaty and this is federal policy, San Carlos itself is not affected by either Agenda 21 or the United Nations. However, the question about the actions taken by former President Bush, we can't answer that tonight. We don't know whether it was a treaty or not and whether the action to have the President sign it without Congress acting on it beyond the scope of our research. We also had a speaker in August, a gentleman from San Jose, a resident there, who thought that San Carlos should have dropped ABAG membership. For those of you who don't know, ABAG is an association, what they call a council of governments. It covers the 9 Bay Area county region for cities and counties. It provides a variety of services related to regional planning, grants, finances, services. I've listed some of them there in terms of population and housing projections. We've participated in several of their financing pools to save money when we float bonds and lease purchases. We've been a member of their ABAG plan insurance pool since the mid-1980s. We're a charter member. Both Mr. Maltby and I have chaired that group over the years. They provide grants and regional services. They're the folks who run the Green Business Program that many of you remember, and also they have worked on the Bay Trail.
Excuse me, Mr. Moore, and through the chair, I need to interrupt this because we're approaching the witching hour.
Wow, came up quick.
Yep.
Mr. Grocott.
So I would make a motion that we extend our meeting time, if we're going to hear public comment, at least an hour and a half.
Yep.
Don't you think?
So till midnight. Is there a second?
Till midnight.
I'll second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
I like 11:30. I'll make can I make a competing motion? Make a motion that we extend it to an hour at 11:30.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
No.
Councilmember Olbert?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
No, it really doesn't matter, so yes. Okay, so we're going till 11:30, and then we'll probably have another motion. Okay, continue, Mr. Moore.
Fair enough. Just to wrap this slide up, the city is an active member. We get many benefits from ABAG. Some relate to planning, some relate to green programs, and some relate to finances. We certainly wouldn't recommend that the city withdraw from ABAG. And as for the speaker from San Jose, who has concerns about ABAG, we would recommend that you refer him to the city of San Jose for that discussion. And then we have the discussion about ICLEI. As is noted in the staff report, ICLEI was founded in 1999 at a meeting of 200 cities and counties at the United Nations building. They now have a Congress that meets every 3 years, and subsequent meetings have been at other locations, typically ICLEI members in countries around the world. I think the last one in 2009 was in Alberta, Canada, and the next one in 2012 is being held in Brazil. They are a nonprofit 501c3 organization. They are not a governmental entity, and they have no authority or power over any city or county in the state or the nation for that matter. Their role in green programs is to provide information, software, best practices on environmental programs and sustainability. They have over 500 members in the United States and over 1,200 members worldwide. The city's membership in ICLEI, which costs $600 a year, was approved by the City Council in 1997. As part of our effort to do the initial greenhouse gas inventory for the city government. They also provided Excel templates and best practices during the preparation of the city's climate action plan, and they have also been involved in a number of other projects. Most recently, they're working with 511.org on surveys for cities and private businesses to encourage car sharing and carpooling. And they also have an upcoming partnership with KEMA, one of the consultants working with CCAG on the RICAPS project to do some energy efficiency work. Staff recommends continuing the membership. Some overview and findings real quick before we go to discussion. The city's green programs have been a longstanding priority with the city, the council, and the community. We've continued to follow the council's direction to have a multi-agency approach to partnering, and we think that that makes a lot of sense. Our recommendations tonight are to affirm the city's commitment to green programs and sustainability. We also recommend that you continue the $600 a year membership in ICLEI. In terms of the issues raised by people outside of San Carlos, we think that you ought to refer the various speakers to the appropriate agencies, such as we've listed earlier, including Siskiyou County, Supervisor Horsley, Congressmember Spear, and the City of San Jose. And with that, I'd be happy to answer council questions or begin the public input process.
Okay, we'll start with council questions. Mr. Grocott.
Brian, of the, you mentioned a bunch of partners that we do all this work with.
Bring that up. Yes.
Which of those is local, state, and international?
The local ones obviously would be City Staff, Chamber of Commerce, San Carlos Green. Those are within San Carlos. On a county-wide level and a regional level, San Mateo County, Rethink Waste, County Energy Watch. Joint venture Silicon Valley is obviously throughout Silicon Valley. ABAG is the 9-county Bay Area region. The Regional Air Board covers the Bay Area, although obviously it's a state agency. The League of Cities covers the entire state. ICLEI is both national and international in scope.
So only ICLEI is international?
Off the
the
top
list
of,
we have here.
Off the top of my head, yes.
Okay. When I read through the questions and answers that you had given to the different folks that had,
right,
you'd formulated all these questions,
right,
and then you had answers to them. For that, how much research did staff, you or whoever, do to come up with those answers?
We essentially talked to other cities. We talked to the folks at ICLEI. We talked to the League of Cities. We talked to various folks who have worked in this area, and we've also done some document research as well as research on the web.
Okay. And then I'm wondering if, with ICLEI particularly, if the city attorney or anybody has reviewed their bylaws and requirements of membership.
I know that when we first joined ICLEI, we brought the bylaws to the council, and we did talk about that. I don't know that we've talked about it since, although we did have some discussion with the city attorney last week about some of the allegations that they somehow had power over the city council or other government agencies, and we verified that that was not the case, that the regulations that the city follows are from the state.
You said that we reviewed their bylaws when
the city council first joined ICLEI, we attached a copy of the bylaws of ICLEI, and we also talked about the membership criteria, yes.
We did?
We sure did, in 1997, yes.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I don't recall that at all.
Yeah, we sure did. I went back and looked at the staff report. In fact, there was a...
Did we have video back then?
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Christine? Did not. 97.
Oh, excuse me. No, I was actually...
it wasn't 97.
It was 2007.
2007.
Yeah,
I was going to
we
say, I
probably
wasn't
did
on the
have video
council in
then, yeah.
97.
Yes, we also have
2007.
records, obviously, in the archive of the staff report.
So that's on. We can get video of that if we wanted to.
We have video on the staff report and your resolution and the contract. There was a contract between the city of San Carlos, ICLEI. There was also another party or two other parties to that contract, Joint Venture Silicon Valley and Sustainable Silicon Valley. They were like a multi-party. And the purpose of that contract, we were one of 13 agencies in Silicon Valley that worked with those agencies to create the city's greenhouse gas inventory for 2007.
Yeah, that's okay. I didn't ask that. Have we ever looked at any updates to their? Because they have every time they have a meeting, which I think is every 2 years, where they bring it all together. Every 3 years, there's an opportunity to change their bylaws and so forth. Do we keep up with that? 2007, you said we joined, so every 3 years that would be
2009, 2012. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. We get a newsletter, but we have not attended that meeting. As I said, the last one.
Does the newsletter include things about their bylaws?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It does. Was the city council, since we voted to join it, have we been notified or kept up to date? Who keeps who up to date about the changes in bylaws?
They send us newsletters and web links about what they're doing and case studies and what members around the world are doing in terms of best practices. I don't remember a council member asking about their bylaw changes, but we could certainly provide that to you.
Okay. And then, you may not know the answer to this, but you put up there that the state regs and all these things that we have to comply with.
Yep.
You had a slide about that.
State laws and regs. Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
Any chance that state laws and regs, for example, let's pick one of them, SB 375. While coming from the state, any chance that came from the state, but the impetus for the state action originated from recommendations authored by the UN, perhaps at one of their conferences?
Nope.
You don't think so?
Nope, absolutely not.
Okay.
In fact, we actually negotiated some of the terms of SB 375 with former Assembly Member Weston and Mr. Steinberg.
I'm sorry. Mr. Moore, I'm not saying that the actual language and writing of the law was done somewhere else. What I'm saying is the concept, the idea of the law, the impetus for the law came from somewhere else.
No.
You don't think so?
No, it came from Mr. Steinberg. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Mr. Collins?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just several questions, but I think they'll probably go pretty quickly. I just want to be clear about ICLEI. They're not, or are they, a U.S. government agency?
No.
They're not a state agency?
Nope.
They are. Do they have any regulatory authority?
Nope.
Do they have any policy-making authority?
No.
Okay. Could they dictate to San Carlos how we make land use decisions?
No.
Okay. So they couldn't tell us how to rezone any area of our city?
Nope.
Okay. Do they have any power to confiscate land?
No.
Is there any record of them ever taking away any rural areas?
Nope.
So they were formed in 1990.
Right.
Are you aware of any action that they've taken or recommended that has produced a complaint from an individual or group of citizens in the last 22 years?
Well, we've only been a member for a few years, so I can't pretend to know what occurred prior to our membership. And certainly, we've never had any, up until last August, any comment about ICLEI one way or another. Again, they've been used and viewed in this particular community as a resource to help us with our green programs and with generating both the greenhouse gas inventory and the climate action plan. And we, in addition to working with them at the city level, obviously, as part of the work that I've done with the Joint Venture Climate Task Force, I've certainly heard their presentations and worked with them in that context as well. But again, in the times that we've worked with them and in the times that we've talked to them at the city staff level and getting information, they've been viewed as a resource.
Okay. I was just curious because, to my knowledge, it hadn't been on my radar screen or anybody's radar screen till about.
Well, no, and in fact, I think the only 2 or 3 times they've even been in this building is at the request of city staff. They were here during the presentation of the greenhouse gas inventory results in 2008. They also met with former Mayor Ahmad, as well as Deborah Nelson, the planning manager, and myself on the greenhouse gas inventory calculations. In fact, the meeting with former Mayor Ahmad, as some of you probably remember, he has a master's degree in science and engineering, and so they had quite an interesting conversation between the scientists at ICLEI and Mr. Ahmad about various formulas and how you portray a carbon emission, et cetera. And after that meeting, the former mayor was satisfied with the software and the calculations, and indeed, I believe he actually said that on the record at a subsequent council meeting. They were also involved in giving us some measures on the climate action plan, although there we used the information differently. We used that as a jumping off point, and then we worked with a 3-member citizen committee chaired by Suzanne Emerson, who I think is here tonight, along with Don Cook, who is an engineer, and Michelle Margiotto, who's a property owner, and we had an 8-month process where we went through that. So we used ICLEI's information at the beginning, but we sort of tailored that after the fact.
Okay. Are you aware of any plan by the Obama administration to take away all rural lands?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. We're a member of ABAG. Does ICLEI have any influence over ABAG?
ICLEI doesn't have any influence over ABAG, although they have partnered with ABAG. Essentially what happened after the cities in Silicon Valley did the community-wide greenhouse gas inventories, ABAG then partnered with ICLEI and also with the Air Board to replicate what we had done in this region and in the rest of the 9-county Bay Area region.
Okay. I was reading I went to Agenda 21's website, and its second item is under priority activities says, to provide technical assistance, expert advice, and capacity building to support developing countries and countries with economies in transition in their efforts to achieve sustainable development. Now, I know we're not a developing country.
Correct.
But in your opinion, do we fall into the category of an economy in transition, or do they mean you think something different by that?
Well, my understanding of the role that ICLEI has played in sustainability work around the world is that subsequent to various climate protection sustainability activities becoming more popularized, They're a resource to member agencies, whether the member agencies are in the U.S. or Africa or wherever they are. So my presumption here is that they provide the same service to other cities in different countries as they do to us. Namely, they send us e-newsletters, they send us publications, they provide their software, they provide the spreadsheets, templates, et cetera. I'm assuming that the level of assistance that they would provide elsewhere is the same level of assistance we obtain from them.
Have we ever been contacted by anybody from Agenda 21?
No, I think the first time we ever heard of Agenda 21 was during that August meeting I referred to earlier. Prior to that, never heard of it. And again, as the research that we've done and our discussion with Congressmember Spears' office as well as the city attorney, I think everyone has concluded that it does not apply to San Carlos.
I promise this is my last question.
Sure.
Are you ever any language in Agenda 21 stated goals as to the intention to eliminate property rights or redistribute wealth in the United States?
I don't recall seeing that, although I do know that there is some language in that action plan desiring to reduce poverty. There's some discussion about that.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Grisilli.
Mr. Collins asked a lot of my questions. So I'll pass.
Sorry.
Mr. Olbert.
Actually, I have the same comment as Mr. Grisilli, so I'll pass as well.
Okay, Mr. Moore, I only have a handful of questions. ICLEI is a 501c3, correct?
Correct.
Are 501c3s allowed to have lobbyists?
The 501c3, as we understand it, is allowed to do very limited lobbying. There's some language in the IRS rules that it cannot be I can't remember the exact term of art, but the gist of it is it cannot be a predominant activity. And actually, we could probably ask Mr. Rubens about that since he's actually formed a number of 501c3s over the years.
Mr. Rubens?
Yeah, 501c3s they can provide information, but they can't do political advocacy.
Okay, because I'm confused because the charge that ICLEI has been influencing local governments and state government has been thrown around a lot. And prior to getting on the city council, I chaired the General Plan Advisory Committee, where a lot of our sustainability programs came out of. The Climate Action Plan was actually a subset of that committee, and I did that for 2 years. And I never met a single person who's here tonight. I never met a single person from ICLEI in that 2-year period. So I would figure if they were going to try to influence in sustainability practices, that probably would have been the proper time, correct?
You would think so. And again, I mean, as I indicated earlier, the only times that folks from ICLEI have set foot in this building or contacted us have been at the request of the city staff. The only time that they interacted with the council was either during the discussion of the greenhouse gas inventory that they helped us prepare for the city agency back in 2008, and also the meeting with Council Member Ahmad. Other than that, I'm not aware of anyone from ICLEI contacting anyone outside of myself and Ms. Nelson. So yeah, and again, I think this is a membership organization that has resources. You have to contact them for assistance. If you don't, they don't proactively contact you.
Okay, so you said that ICLEI's only been to this building a couple of times.
That's correct.
Are you aware of any times that they've been to the San Carlos Library?
Nope.
Okay, because that's where the General Plan Advisory Committee met. We never met in this building. And as far as I'm concerned, ICLEI never showed up once.
Well, not only were they not at the General Plan Advisory Committee, as far as I can recall, they weren't also at, and again, Suzanne can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe they ever appeared in front of her committee working on the Climate Action Plan either.
Okay. All right, well, we are going to go to public comment.
Excuse me, I have just one more question that I overlooked. Brian, do you know where the term sustainable development came from?
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, we will go to public comment. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes, and we will queue you up as we go. So Rosa Corey and B. Phillips are up first. If you could introduce yourself for the minutes and give us your city of residence, that would be great.
Good evening. I'm Rosa Corey. I'm the Executive Director of the Post Sustainability Institute. And I'm glad to be here tonight. It's an important night because we're drawing something out of the shadows. And it's important to talk about it. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy fact. This is Agenda 21. This is the United Nations plan. It's a 300-page, 40-chapter plan. And ICLEI was created in 1990 prior to this plan's adoption to implement United Nations Agenda 21, Sustainable Development worldwide. Sustainable development is a term that was defined by the United Nations, and all of these terms come out of the United Nations. Smart growth is part of the United Nations Agenda 21. Your general plan elements are designed in accordance with United Nations Agenda 21 principles. Its language is in your 2030 general plan. Your planners were trained in it. The flyer that we gave you over there is from Local Agenda 21 Planning Guide. It's a joint ICLEI and United Nations book, and it is used in your planning department, the planning department for San Carlos. This plan is a whole life plan. It involves the educational system, the energy market, transportation system, the governmental system, healthcare, food production, and more. The plan restricts your choices, it limits your ability to govern yourself, and it takes away your freedom. This seems like a rhetorical statement, but it really is not. This is actually what this plan does. And using the cover of environmental concern, our private property rights and our civil rights have been diminished, and they will continue to be so unless we call a halt to it. One of your residents has purchased some of I wrote a book, it's called Behind the Green Mask, UN Agenda 21, and he purchased these books for you, and I have provided them for you here. I want you to know that, ICLEI is the International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives, but it changed its name so that you wouldn't know that it's international. It seems like all of these things seem like they sound so good. Sustainable development, green, vibrant, walkable, bikeable. How could you be against that? But really, when you know about this plan, it is really very serious, and I urge you tonight to sever your relationship with ICLEI.
Thank you. B. Phillips, followed by Mario Pellegrini.
Mayor Klein, council members, I would just like to voice my opinion as a citizen. My name is B. Phillips, and I'm concerned about the future of my neighbors, my family, and private business, small business in this area. The International Council of Local Environments is an oxymoron to me. What does the International Council have to do with our local environments? That should be something that local governments as yourself are controlling, the local areas. It should not have anything to do with an international council. And I don't believe that we've gotten full knowledge of ICLEI. I don't think they've been forthright in describing their long-term goals and their plans. As you said, they helped us to prepare different things, and the gentleman who spoke before, I think that could be directive. In fact, I have a question for you. If you use ICLEI software and ICLEI spreadsheets, are you not under a soft form of control already from ICLEI? I went to a visioning meeting recently in this area, and they had up on the board a map of the Bay Area with pies for each city and a housing for each city. And they were talking about developments that were going to be for lower income, and some areas, when I asked my question, they said are not going to be touched. But I'm wondering for how long, because those pies, as I understand it, will shrink, and that they have urban borders, and when I'm excluded from the urban border, my taxes, my water, my PG&E bill will go so high that I won't be able to afford to live in my home. I'm very concerned about this. If we go into these tenements, these high-rise pack and stack, there's no place for cars. And as for myself, I am a professional geriatric nurse consultant in home care. I travel from Cupertino to Santa Rosa. And this would
Mrs.
not
Phillips,
fit in
we're going
at
to need
all.
you to start wrapping up, please.
Okay. So I urge you to withdraw from ICLEI for our quality of life. It's un-American and it's against the Constitution. San Carlos could lead the way in withdrawal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mario Pellegrini, followed by Leslie Tozzini.
You said earlier that you were here and you heard nothing about this. I was one of the couple that came and complained about the 21,000 acres that was taken over. And I said at this microphone here that it was a United Nations program that initiated that program, and it was mentioned to all of you at the time. I tried to say at that time that this is not a little issue on the coast territory. It's about the United States' territory. And what you'll find in this book, Behind the Green Door, and I brought one for each of you from the author that you heard from just a few minutes before. So we'll put them here for you to get. If you can get the time to read it, you'll have documentation, and you'll know where the sources of the documentation come from. So you can't say, well, we didn't know and it didn't tell us. It's right there. It's all documented. And what they're proposing, just so you know, it is from the United Nations, but they couldn't get it down to say to any country like the United States or Canada, this is what we want to implement in your country to get control of your environment, control of your transportation, control of your housing, control of your government. So they did it from the bottom up by putting out the program, as you've seen it described here tonight, to people like you in the local governments, and to starting to move through to then to the states and then to the federal government. But what they're going for is 11 regions in North America, not states, not our 50 states, 11 regions. They will be appointing people to do the planning and the running and the operation of those regions through the United Nations. And you will become supplemental to their intent. It's all here in the book. If you have anything from what I'm trying to ask you to do, read the book. It's an easy read, and it's all documented. You can look up and see if the sources aren't valid and pertinent to our time. Closing remark, I've gone to 5 of their meetings because there was an invitation to have public input. Of course, they didn't really want public input. They wanted to indoctrinate you with how wonderful this was and all the wonderful words. But the truth was they are there to indoctrinate people on the local level and bring it up through the state until it's a reality. And these people are all here tonight because they sense the same jeopardy. I hope that you understand this is bigger than all your tree questions and your trash.
Mr. Pellegrini, we're going to need your
anything
wrap
else.
up. Thank you. Leslie Tozzini, followed by Suzanne Emerson.
Hi, I'm Leslie Tozzini, and I'm here to urge San Carlos, the city of San Carlos, to withdraw from ICLEI membership. As you've already been told, ICLEI is a non-governmental organization that was created at the United Nations headquarters in New York in 1990. The ultimate objective of the agenda is to establish international norms of personal behavior that are dictated by a handful of the world's so-called enlightened elite who believe they know best how all we should live. I have here a document from ICLEI. It is their local governments for sustainability preparing for tomorrow strategy for 2010 to 2015. And on the last page, they state that 2 years prior to the 1992 Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro, ICLEI prepared input to and introduced the local, the local authorities chapter of Agenda 21 into the UN Rio Declaration, thus initiating the local Agenda 21 campaign. The UN Commission on Sustainable Development is not the result of a treaty ratified by our Senate. America participates in the UN organization by presidential decree when President Clinton created the President's Council on Sustainable Development, which was conceived to formulate recommendations for the implementation of Agenda 21. Stated in ICLEI's Preparing for Tomorrow strategy, one of their goals is to continue connecting cities and local governments to the United Nations and other international bodies. Neither the United States Congress nor the American people have voted for Agenda 21's implementation. The goals of UN Agenda 21 go against our Constitution and the sovereignty of the United States, and I urge you to please take your membership from ICLEI now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Suzanne Emerson, followed by Douglas Tozzini.
Good evening, Suzanne Emerson of San Carlos. I served on the General Plan Advisory Committee and was the chair of the Climate Action Plan Subcommittee. In that capacity, although I was aware that ICLEI was involved in some of the background calculations of San Carlos's greenhouse gas emissions, to my knowledge, they were not involved in any of our dialogue about what elements should be chosen to address reduction of climate action. Of carbon emissions. They may have been involved in the initial process of supplying some suggestions for potential elements. We started out with something like 125 elements to choose from that came from a variety of different sources, including community, big community project where people wrote things on boards and used little stickers and whatnot to indicate what they were interested in. I have not had any direct communications with ICLEI. If they're attempting to influence our local our local decision making under the guise of sustainability, they're doing a pretty poor job of it, because I'm the one they should be calling, because I'm up here talking about sustainability all the time. On behalf of San Carlos Green, I would like to say that we thank the city for all of the progress that's been made on green issues. We look forward to seeing how the city is going to put together a climate action plan implementation plan so that these wonderful elements that we came up with and the general plan and the climate action plan will be assigned to individual staff members for responsibility and for deadlines for when those are going to be implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suzanne. We have Douglas Tozzini, followed by George Robinson.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Doug Tozzini. I've been listening to the proceedings here, and it's interesting that Mr. Morrow there is such an authority on the subject, and obviously those of us who are opposed to it seem to be having no information at all. One thing I just wanted to point out, and I don't think that Mr. Morrow can contradict me on this, that each and every one of you has taken an oath of office. An oath of office that says you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States, as have I or any of these other men here and women who've worn a uniform. I'm going to remind you, words mean something, and I believe you'll be held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. We have George Robinson, followed by Carol Robinson.
Until about a year ago, I hadn't heard of ICLEI either. And when I did hear about it, I dismissed it, what I heard. I said it can't possibly be, it can't happen in this country. In the past year, I've spent some time and looked into it. It is happening in this country. It is an insidious virus that has gone septic throughout this country, infecting our government at all levels. I went to this visioning meeting last week with the idea that they were the enemy, and that's what we were there to defeat. I came away with it saying, no, they're just hired guns by the government to take the blame and the wrath of the people, leaving the government to say, hey, we didn't do it. It was done by these NGOs and so on. NGAs, I'm sorry. I think that they have gotten into the governments, including this one here, without you even realizing it when they came in. They present themselves as helping you. Once they're in, I think what I'm hearing is that they are educating you to conform to what they want to be accomplished and provide you the tools to take that on. If this goes through, we are going to see our freedoms diminished. We're going to see our property removed. It's going to be done through things like water restriction. It's going to be done through, like ABAG having $200 billion that they're going to dangle in front of these communities like yourselves and say, you know, we'd like you to build high-density housing. And for every bedroom you build within a short distance to a train station, we're going to give you so much money. All these governments are starved for money these days, and they're going to be influenced by that. So, yes, they're not directly controlling you, but they're going to control you through indoctrination and through dangling money at you. I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you. Carol Robinson, followed by, I believe it's Jacques Bennett or James Bennett. Madam Clerk, is that okay for the minutes? The microphones won't record you, so no one else will be able to hear you outside of this room. It's fine with me.
Why don't you let her speak? Someone speak in front of her, and she can come up to the
Yeah,
mic
if you want
while-
to take your time coming up, that's fine. But our wire. Yeah. Not a problem. We'll go with James Bennett first, and then Glenn Gelanu.
Good evening. My name is Jim Bennett. Part of the burden of resisting the suppression that is taking over our country is telling people that many in their own government that took an oath are complicit in a plan that would incrementally provide for our decline civilly, economically, undermining our property rights, which is very, very heavy and instrumental to our abundance. Our founding fathers knew it. As this gentleman alluded to, in public service you take an oath. It's a very simple oath. It's not complicated. It provides for your not having an allegiance with a group that is not the U.S. government. When you take directive from, and you are accountable to, and you employ training from an NGO that is not the U.S. government, you are in treason. When you are complicit in tyranny, and make no mistake, that's what we're witnessing right now in our country, you're a tyrant. Now, this isn't about green. Green is just the guise. Green is just the guise until we open our eyes and realize that control is how the people that you're working for really roll. And sometimes we catch you snickering at us standing up for our rights. You should be ashamed. You know, this oppressive chapter in our history is going to pass. And I hope that you've done the right thing and you've picked the right team. Because some of us little groups, our efforts are going to morph into seeing to it that anyone that was a public official during this
Mr. Bennett,
chapter
please refer your comments to
never
here.
gets a chance to be in public service again. I think that's fair enough. I mean,
Mr. Bennett, your time's
I
up.
could never
Your time
do
is up, Mr. Bennett.
to you what you're doing to us.
Thank you,
They
Mr.
don't
Bennett.
print enough money for me to do to you.
Mr. Bennett,
what
your time
you're
is up. Please
doing
sit
to
down.
us.
Please sit down. Thank you very much. Carol Robinson, and then Glenn Gelanu.
Thanks. Hi. Thank you for taking on the Agenda 21 ICLEI. They are connected. As my husband said, we started reading a lot about this whole issue. And we started talking to people back east when we would go periodically. We are from originally the East Coast. And we looked at each other and we said, we don't put tinfoil hats on our head when we go in the house. I mean, it sounded really strange. And it's admirable, this gentleman, Mr. Mora, and the awards that San Carlos has received for your efforts. The problem is I started reading into AB 32, into the scoping plan. And it's an extensive plan. It covers every aspect of our lives. Now, we could say, okay, ICLEI and Agenda 21, what do they have to do with us? Well, AB 32 was passed and signed by the past Governor Schwarzenegger. And if you read the scoping plan in AB 32, it's about 70 or 80 pages long. You cannot eat or breathe without wondering how much you're going to be contributing to greenhouse gases. Those bills will alter the way we live in this state. It will alter business, it will alter food, it will alter drive. They want a 1 million roof solar panel plan. Solar companies are going out of business. There is a reality here. There's a separation between reality and what can really be done here. Unless you put a bubble over this state, AB 32 and AB 375 are basically useless. But they will control how we live because they want to control the greenhouse emissions. I live in Belmont. I do not live in San Carlos. I have friends that live here. I have a very wonderful dentist, John Edwards, that practices in San Carlos. We eat on Laurel Street. We shop here. Belmont refuses to become a part of ICLEI. I am so excited that I live in Belmont and I don't live in San Carlos because Belmont
We need
refuses
you to wrap up, Mrs. Robinson.
to become part of ICLEI because, as my husband said, it is insidious. There is an agenda here. They call it Agenda 21 for a reason. I suggest you delve deeper into what you're paying for.
Thank you. Glenn Gelano, followed by Lisa.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, first of all, I would like to thank you for bringing this matter before the public and having an open debate. That is exactly what I approached this council with in, I believe it was August, and you've done that, and for that I'm appreciative. I find it necessary at this time, though, to correct the record on some things. I did look at the city website, and most of you, I believe, received an email from me. There were questions and statements that were attributed to me that are patently false. Patently false. And I object to that, and I object to them being posted in my name. I came before this council asking only that you put this subject matter on the agenda for open debate. I came with no agenda. I didn't come as part of a group. I was here as an individual that had read, as many of these people have, about the insidiousness of Agenda 21. And that's why I wanted it openly debated. I have not come out and said publicly or privately that I'm against sustainability or the city's efforts to be good stewards of our environment and our resources. That would be contradictory to what I believe. But I am patently against ICLEI and Agenda 21. And I urge the city, as a resident, to withdraw your membership. That's not to say give up your green programs. That's not to say give up striving to have a better environment. But disconnect from this organization. It is not good, folks. Take the time yourself to do the research. Do not rely on staff that obviously lacks some veracity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gonu. And we have Lisa, followed by Mike Ryan. Okay, it doesn't look like there's a Lisa. Is there a Mike Ryan still here? Mike Ryan, followed by Debbie.
Members of the council, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I have some copies of my comments. May I distribute them for your later examination?
After you speak, so I don't want to cut into your time.
Have you ever asked anyone, why is this really necessary? Or why are we being pressured to implement a one Bay Area plan? There's nothing wrong with being good stewards of the environment, but the only rationale for it is global warming and the supposed threat from sea level rise. Now, I've come to tell you that I know for a fact that this rationale is based on false science. I'm no Luddite. I've always been committed to science and technology, degreed in the sciences, career engineer. For decades, I followed and for 10 years researched the claims and evidence attending these arguments. I'm 100% certain of two facts. First, despite all the research done, and I don't fault the scientists for this, they're looking at microcosmic issues, there's no evidence of a consistent global pattern of warming. There is climate change, certainly, always has been, but it's random, natural, and the temperature trend has been flat to down for almost 15 years. Second, there's absolutely no demonstrable connection between climate change and human activities. There was a chart called the hockey stick graph, which Al Gore called the smoking gun of human causation. Well, it was not only proven wrong, but the data and algorithm used for it were falsified. Man's effect is not only trivial, it's minuscule. Natural causes are vastly greater. Now, all my figures come from government research and from the climate alarmists themselves. But leaving out most of the mathematics, let me apply a little common sense. Even scientists admit that man is helpless in the face of potentially disastrous natural events like earthquakes, tsunamis, hurricanes, tornadoes, volcanic eruptions, mud and debris flows, monsoons, blizzards, ice storms, avalanches, floods, droughts, firestorms, and even plagues of locusts.
Sir, we're going to need you to start wrapping up.
But the drivers of Earth's surface temperature are the multispectral fluctuation in the sun's output, the obliquity or tilt of the Earth's axis, the size and shape of the Earth's orbit, the Coriolis forces from Earth's rotation, which drive the jet stream, wind, and ocean currents, convective heating from the Earth's mantle, and the natural radioactive deposits in the Earth's crust. And these are orders of magnitude greater in scope and power than the causes of most of those other phenomena. Yet somehow, when it comes to climate, we're more powerful and we're in charge. How can anyone in his right mind think that makes sense? The sun's rays are totally blocked from Earth's
We're
atmosphere.
going to need you to finish your comments. We're going to need you to finish your comments.
Let me finish one more point, if I may.
We don't merge time, so sir, we need you to finish your comments.
This is really quite germane, sir. I'll wrap up quickly. Sun's rays are totally blocked from the Earth only during a total solar eclipse. I've been to several and I've measured the temperature change as the moon reveals the first sliver of the sun's surface. The Earth's temperature rises at over 9 degrees per minute. The most alarmist claims say man has raised Earth's surface temperature by about 1.8 degrees Fahrenheit in a century. Satellite data shows less than 1/100th of that, but our influence is very trivial. If we were all to go away tomorrow, Earth's surface temperature would drop that much, but if the sun were to go
So
away
we're really
tomorrow...
going to need you to finish your comments. I'm sorry.
Okay, sir. Well, then permit me to give you my comments, because...
That's perfectly acceptable.
We're going to have a bunch of stuff.
Oh, sorry.
She has a...
Thank you.
Okay, so...
Why don't we just pass all this out at once? Yeah, we'll pass it all out at once.
Ms. Bochkowski, we're going to have someone jump in front of you while we get IT out here. So we have Orlean Coley, and then we'll have Anthony Hilder.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Orlean Curla, and I live on rural land north of here. I would just like to repeat some of the things you have already heard. Just want to make 5 points. First of all, according to their own records, ICLEI was instrumental in the development of Agenda 21, having drafted Chapter 28 in 1991 in preparation for the upcoming summit. Then also, and according to their own documents, it helped launch the next phase of Agenda 21, which was called the Local Action 21, and that was also documented as LA 21. Number 3, it was specifically endorsed in the UN Agenda 21 document on page 55, where it says that, yes, ICLEI is part of the United Nations Agenda 21. And fourthly, ICLEI coordinates the representation of local government in the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, ensuring municipalities are part of the global climate negotiations. And fifthly, ICLEI is part of the Global Partnership on Cities and Biodiversity. And this was part of the UN Agenda 21. It was called the Biodiversity Treaty. And inside this treaty, you find the amazing words called the Wildlands Project. Are you familiar with that term? If I could have my friend Deborah, this is the Wildlands map. And when our U.S. Senate saw this and saw the words Wildland Project, they refused to even bring it up on the table for vote because they knew this was created by the radical group Earth First, and they withdrew it from even voting. So this treaty was never ratified by our U.S. Senate, but it was put in by Clinton by executive order.
We're going to need you to start wrapping up, please.
So we are now operating under this, and that's how it affects my rural land, because my rural land will be taken. I will not be able to live on it anymore. All the red areas are where people are totally off limits, and that encompasses Siskiyou County in California. Wairika is no longer on the map. So many other parts of rural California are no longer there, and hopefully you will be able to do your own research on this. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Anthony Hilder, followed by Nina Pellegrini.
What we are facing is the Nazization of this nation. You're seeing it before us. It's all around us. Agenda 21 is Hitler's dream come true. It's the piecemeal destruction of this nation. And you are a party to this. You don't know what you're doing. You're talking about frogs and trees and birds and bees. You have no idea what the hell is happening in this country. Not a foggy idea. And you're party to this with Agenda 21 in ICLEI. I mean, we've all stepped in ICLEI, for God's sakes, but at least we had the sense to scrape it off the bottom of our shoes. We must have individuals like you as test animals, guinea animals to test the Agenda 21 and the new smart meters. The smart meters will, they're number 2, class 2B carcinogens. They will create cancers in your brain, in your breast, in your body. They must be removed. They must be stopped. It is a plan. The whole thing is a plan. You say, well, this is crazy to reduce the population of the country, of the world, by 95%. Ted Turner said, yes, that's what he wants. Ted the Terrible Turner says he wants to reduce the country size and all other countries by 95%. This is happening. This isn't a dream. This is a reality. A world government is being developed. Ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Führer, one world, one race, one ruler. That's the agenda. That's the agenda, Andy Klein. I want you to be testing these smart meters in all of your homes, your families, your friends, your children should be having these. Before we have any of them, you should all be having them in your homes, and we'll find out how you do after 10 years or 5 years
We're going to need
using
you to wrap
these
up, sir.
instruments.
We're going to need you to wrap up, sir.
And what's being dropped overhead? Nanoparticulates, strontium, barium, arsenic, aluminum oxides. It kills you. The intention is to reduce the population of the planet. It's not a dream. It's all over the net. It's all over the world. Wake up. And I would like to see those of you who have voted for this impeached.
Sir, we're going to need you to end your comments.
Impeached.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Nina Pellegrini, and then we have Lou.
Hi. Thank you for bringing the item to the agenda. It's overwhelming to hear the people here that they know about what Agenda 21 is, sustainable development, the connection to the United Nations, and you, our elected officials, are in a fog. And your planning and the staff, even in a deeper fog. You are supposed to, as people have said, you took an oath of office, and in that was to defend domestic and foreign. Sorry, I get nervous and I can't talk. You got both in front of you. You got foreign and domestic traders, and you are allowing them to take over your land, which I hope you consider it America, your land. It's your children. If you have any children, you have to defend that. And they said that Agenda 21 is not part of ICLEI. I have parts of Agenda 21 and ICLEI here, and this is from the ICLEI website. It says over 10,000 communities worldwide have engaged in Local Agenda 21, a participatory planning process developed by ICLEI for Agenda 21, the Global Action Plan for Sustainable Development. I don't know how you can continue to say that they're not connected. Either you're, I don't want to say the words, but either you are living in another planet or we are the ones from another planet. And as you know, I am from Cuba, and I've seen this happen before, and I also hear, because I have a property rights organization called Californians for Property Rights. So I have a right to be here, even though I don't live in San Carlos, but I visit San Carlos and my doctors are in San Carlos and I have a lot of friends here. And we, as you say, are all united locally. Well, this concerns me too, especially when they're trying to, One Bay Area is trying to put 9 counties into one region, which it will mean that you, mayor and city council members, are going to lose your jobs, because once they do that, you're just being used. Once they do that, you're out of commission. And
Ms. Pellegrini, we're going to need to start wrapping up, please.
I will. We went to meetings, 100 people for one meeting. 9 meetings means 900 people were making a decision for 8 million people. Does that make sense to you? Just read on, please. Don't let this happen to this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bashkalupi, are you ready?
I
Okay, and then after Ms. Bashkalupi, we'll have Lou.
are you starting me? Are you
No,
clocking
no,
me right now?
We'll wait for the connection to happen.
Okay.
We need a motion to extend the meeting.
I move that we extend the meeting for half an hour.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. All those opposed? Okay. Ready, Ms. Bashkalupi?
Sure.
Okay.
So first of all, I'm pretty insulted by Mr. Mora. I thought that was a low blow, taking a personal hit on many of us. And it makes me wonder what he's got, what he's getting out of this whole thing. When I first mentioned to you guys about my concern about ICLEI, Mr. Mora was doing a presentation on the green, how green San Carlos is. And when I saw the name ICLEI, because of all the things that have been happening to my parents' ranch, which you guys misquoted me, and that I saw some emails that went back and forth between some government officials, some city council officials, you guys got it completely wrong. I don't appreciate you guys researching my background. It is completely inappropriate for you guys to be doing that to the people you are supposed to represent. We are not your enemies. We are concerned citizens for not only our country, but that means you too. So I gave you a document that I put together. I spent a couple $1,000s today printing out at Kinko's and getting documents together for you. Here is the Local Agenda Planning Guide, ICLEI. Local Agenda Planning Guide, ICLEI. If you open this up, it's from Maurice Strong. It talks about the United Nations. It talks about Agenda 21. This is it. You cannot deny that they are not connected. The document's right here. It's yours, by the way. Also, ICLEI is a big part of the road to Rio. You can read the sustainability documents. It's the same darn thing as the Local Agenda 21. In what I gave you, in that bounded thing, you will see ICLEI's brief sheet. You can find it yourself online. In fact, you can find everything we're telling you guys online. This is all about U.S. private property rights. We have a right to private property and electional property, but the UN does not believe we can have property. They believe private land ownership is the way to injustice, that poor people can't have private property, so therefore it's not fair. So they use zoning and land use planning. What is happening to the Bay Area right now? That's what we're doing. We're changing private property into open space. That's what we're doing right now. This is what the UN recommends.
Ms. Bashkalupi, we're going to need to start wrapping up, please.
MDGs, just FYI, ICLEI is working on fulfilling those MDGs. And the MDGs are Millennium Development Goals. They are the United Nations. So anyway, I urge you guys
to not only read all these documents, because it is pretty clear about what's happening. Also, one more thing. How come in our own city's brochure, we are following European writing, rules? There is always a comma after the third. When you have a series of three, there's always a comma. This is European. We are not European.
Thank you, Ms. Bashkalupi. We have Lou and then Deborah.
Just 1 second.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah, I'd like to address the council with excerpts from a resolution passed by the Republican National Committee dated January 19th, 2012. And in it says, whereas this agenda plan of radical so-called sustainable development views the American way of life of private property ownership, single-family homes, private car ownership, individual travel choices, and privately owned farms all as destructive to the environment. And whereas, according to the United Nations Agenda 21 policy, national sovereignty is deemed as social injustice, and therefore be resolved, the RNC recognizes the destructive and insidious nature of the UN Agenda 21 and hereby exposes to the public and to the public policy makers, they're referring to you, the dangerous intent of the plan, and therefore it be further resolved that the U.S. government and no state or no local government is legally bound by the UN Agenda 21 treaty, as it has never been endorsed by the U.S. Senate. And also is resolved that the federal, state, and local governments across the country be well informed of the underlying harmful implications of the implementation of UN Agenda 21's destructive strategies for sustainable development. And we hereby endorse rejection of its radical policies and rejection of any grant monies attached to it. Now, gentlemen, you talk about not being involved in ICLEI or Agenda 21, and up here your screen is green, and your SBs and all that stuff all comes from the agenda of the United Nations creating this global hoax of climate change in the first place.
We're going to need you to wrap up, sir.
I'll wrap up with saying this is a hoax, and I hope that you gentlemen will understand, research, and read this Agenda 21 because it seems that it's all quite new to you.
Thank you.
And please give it your sincere attention and do the right thing.
Thank you, sir. We need, next up is Deborah, followed by Scott McLagan. Probably pronounced that incorrectly.
Good evening. My name is Deborah, and I'm concerned and echo what all these people here have said to you thus far, every single word. I also want to show you an additional map of California, and you need to look this up. There's a lot of homework that you must do, and I'm asking you to stop going forward any further until you've done your homework, and this man can answer the questions that he should be able to address as a staff representing paperwork that is giving you the information you must have, which you don't have. Have you seen this before? If you haven't, you should have. He should have showed you this. This is important. This is disassembling California as we know it. This is not allowing road repairs. This is taking away our forest. This is collapsing private property. Private property is not only inclusive of land, it's our bodies too. When you look into the depths of what the United Nations and ICLEI together have in store for us, you would be behind here holding signs and talking to you just as you're hearing all of us talk to you right now. You would be doing the same thing. Now, I've made it very, very simple for you. And I've told you what ICLEI really means, because International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives is a bunch of garbled words. Here's what it really means. International criminal law eliminating independence for all people, for all times, across all of the United States. Not just here in your town, but in all of the surrounding towns as well. You've heard us all tell you this. This is absolutely true. We are citizens like you. We implore you to do more homework. Stop going forward with the green. It's a hoax. It is an absolute hoax.
We're going to need you to wrap up, please.
I've given you some documents. I've made it very, very simple. This is a one-page document. ICLEI, Local Governments for Sustainability and the UN Connection. It seems as though staff is not giving you the correct information. If they were, this would not be happening to your town right now. So I urge you to take a look. It's one page.
Thank you very much.
I've also given you one more document that I would like to make certain that you take a look at, too.
We're going to need you to wrap up.
Understanding Sustainable Development, UN Agenda 21. So those documents I ask you to please read.
Thank you very much.
Then you'll know why we're here.
Thank you. Scott McLagan, followed up by Bob Cohen.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. I'm Scott McLagan from San Jose. Thank you for having me in your beautiful town. I learned about ICLEI about 14 days ago because I was working in my profession. Now I'm retired. Spent a few minutes on the internet today and found out, based on your response, I would believe, Mr. Mora, that ICLEI is not part of the United Nations or Agenda 21. It is formed by a group of local government agencies from around the world in 1990 as a resource to assist sustainability. On the ICLEI website, it says 200 local governments from 43 countries convened at our inaugural conference, the World Congress of Local Governments for Sustainable Future at the United Nations in New York. I think there's a connection. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Mora? ICLEI was, or Agenda 21 was formed in at a Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro as a result of a long process which began in December of 1989 from the United Nations. They are directly affiliated. Now, it was really nice. Suzanne uses sustainability quite a bit in her vocabulary and has quite a bit. In Senate Bill 375, sustainability is found in 21 of the pages of that Senate bill, and numerous times. Sustainability is exactly what Agenda 21 seeks, and ICLEI. You guys are smart. It took me 30 minutes to find this stuff. They have greenhouse gas evaluation tools on the internet. You don't need ICLEI. You can do your own work. You have staff. If staff's not willing to do the work, get new staff. And if you guys aren't willing to do the work to get the staff to do the work, I implore the electorate of this city to get new people, to get the staff to do the work.
We're going to need you to wrap up, sir.
So, in closing, put out accurate information, Mr. Mora. Suzanne, continue using the terms and words from ICLEI and Agenda 21 until you decide no longer to use them. I suggest you guys lead my city of San Jose in getting rid of ICLEI. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bob Cohen and then Gary Arnold.
Hi, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you for putting this on the agenda and giving me the opportunity to speak. As of April, this next 2 months, my family and I will have been out here 30 years. We've raised 2 kids. I'm a concerned citizen. I'm also a certified consulting meteorologist and an oceanographer as well. My company does commercial ship routing, where we optimize fuel consumption and time to minimize greenhouse gases for commercial shipping around the world. I'm not anti-sustainability. I'm a concerned citizen that cares about the environment. By adopting ICLEI's required guidelines, you will relinquish your sovereignty, making you unable and ineffective to serve the interests of your citizens. I am confident that a strong majority of the voting public, if they knew about the details and long-term plans of ICLEI, would reject joining ICLEI. We need to present them and you with a transparent message of the implications of the membership in ICLEI, and it's imperative that this be done so that you can realize that joining ICLEI is a big mistake. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Gary Arnold, followed by Kay Tuckerud. Is Gary okay? Kay.
I'm Kay Tokarud. I'm with Democrats Against UN Agenda 21. There's a website you can go to. I live in Santa Rosa, and they're doing exactly the same thing there that you're doing here. And your town and Santa Rosa is doing the exact same thing as every other town in the Bay Area. There, maybe with the exception of Belmont, we heard, but pretty much everyone's a member of ICLEI. Everyone's general plan looks almost identical. The language is so similar, it's creepy. And these regional plans, One Bay Area, did you know that there's regional plans all across the nation right now that are being rolled out that are all exactly the same? They're all in alignment with the principles of UN Agenda 21. And ICLEI is their agent. An NGO is an affiliate of the United Nations. That's what that means. They're not part of this government. They're outside, coming from outside of our nation. And they don't have the best interests of Americans at heart. I mean, if an army was invading our country, I don't think they could do more harm than ICLEI is doing to us. And I really see them as infiltrating our governments, setting policy. And you can't say it's a grassroots thing if every city is doing the same thing and the language is the same. The rhetoric is the same. We're having a new rhetoric happening. Frankly, it sounds a lot like communist rhetoric. Going forward. You know, the community, everything's for the community, for social justice, social equity. You know, everybody's got to have the same outcome.
We're going to need you to start wrapping up, please.
You know, I don't think that's 2 minutes. Your planning department is riddled with this stuff, and I think they're withholding information from you. You clearly don't understand what's going on. And, you know, and I thank whoever is responsible for bringing this out into the light. Because you're maybe one of the first to do this. This is going to be happening in every single council across America within this year.
We're going to need your finished comments. Thank you. Okay, that was the end of our public speaking. No, we're going to talk. Okay, please quiet down. We're going to start with council discussion. Mr. Grocott, you pushed to bring this to the agenda, so we'll have you start.
Thank you. First, I want to say thanks to the speakers because I know you guys endured a long meeting, even though we took some things off the agenda. I'm surprised that some folks, like this lady in the back, the last speaker, all the way from Santa Rosa, and bothered to stay here till 11:45. The woman who came up who was crippled and took her, the effort to be here and get up and speak like that. Council members, these people are serious. What they're reading, what they're looking at is serious. They're not here because they're playing games. And I'm going to tell you, as a fellow council member, I'm pleading with you, vote us out of ICLEI.
Please stop clapping. If you clap one more time, we're going to clear the room. So
Like
please.
the one gentleman said, I've been not paying attention to this, and some people have brought it to my attention, and I was pushing it away. Just last night, in preparation for this meeting, similar to what this gentleman back here said from San Jose, spending 30 minutes on the internet is all it took. And I would ask you to think to yourselves, gentlemen, why would our staff tell us in answering questions? Here's the question. I have recently become aware that San Carlos has membership in ICLEI. ICLEI arose from a United Nations sponsored program titled Agenda 21. Answer, incorrect. ICLEI was founded in 1990. You heard the answers. You heard other people point it out. That's a bald-faced lie in our staff report. It says here there's no connection of ICLEI to Agenda 21 or the UN. That's a bald-faced lie. All you have to do is do a little research on the internet. You can find the answer. They are connected. Ask yourself, I didn't see any of you there. I went to the One Bay Area planning meeting that was at Hillary Aviation Museum in San Carlos. Well, there's not only one Bay Area. There's one Valley, one Vision. That's the name of a program for Santa Clarita Valley in California, for a place in Montana, and another place in New Mexico. Another one, 9 counties, one vision in Tennessee. Another one region, one vision, New York and Indiana. Our Florida, our vision. One Bay Area, that's us. 6 towns, one vision, Lycoming County. 5 counties, one vision, Minnesota. Are you seeing anything here, a thread? And then you look at what the UN, their Road to Rio, and what's the name of it? The name of their meeting, I'm looking for it, I'm sorry, this year is One Plan, or something like that. Do you see a thread? There is a thread. This is all coming from the same place, fellas. Our membership in ICLEI, if nothing else, that's $600 we give them every year, helps them along with what they're doing. Mr. Mora said that he asked the question, San Carlos, he made the statement, San Carlos is not affected by the UN or Agenda 21. And then I asked Mr. Mora, where did the term sustainability come from? Well, the term sustainability came from the Secretary General of the United Nations in 1983 asked Prime Minister of Norway, and I can't pronounce her name, but it's something like Brundtland, to create an organization to focus on environmental and developmental problems and social and solutions after an affirmation by the General Assembly resolution in the fall of 1984. Out of that report, the Brundtland Commission, they came up with the term sustainable development. That's where it got coined in their paper that came out of that commission. That was the United Nations. Created the term, coined the term, defined the term. Mr. Mayor, is sustainable development, that term, not in our general plan? It is. That was my point to Mr. Mora, that when I made the point that do you not think SB 375 and other laws that he said came down from the state and we have no control over and so forth, do you not think those are coming from NGOs and their work, the work of the United Nations and ICLEI and organizations like it? They're creating these concepts and ideas. Look into the association, the American Association of Planners. Al Savay is a member. Where do they get their training? A lot of their material comes from Agenda 21, UN Agenda 21. This is a sick attack on the United States of America. Why do you think they didn't want to have, Mr. Moore didn't want to have any association with the United Nations? Because of what the United Nations believes about property rights. I think somebody here said it. The United Nations doesn't believe in property rights for individuals. The United Nations believes that, here it is, land cannot be treated as an ordinary asset controlled by individuals and subject to the pressures and inefficiencies of the market. Private land ownership is also a principal instrument of accumulation and concentration of wealth and therefore contributes to social injustice. If unchecked, it may become a major obstacle in the planning and implementation of development schemes. The provision of decent dwellings and healthy conditions for the people can only be achieved if land is used in the interest of society as a whole. Public control of land is therefore indispensable. This comes from the land policy of the United Nations, officially articulated at the United Nations Conference on Human Settlements held in Vancouver, May 31st, June 11, 1976. May 31st through June 11, 1976. That's why they don't want you to know the connection of ICLEI to Agenda 21, the United Nations. I suggest we remove ourselves from this organization. As people have said, we have made an oath when we took office to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California. And this stuff flies right in the face of both constitutions.
Thank you, Mr. Grocott. Mr. Collins. Deputy, I'd like you to, you guys, I'm serious, one more time, and I'm going to have the deputies remove you. One more time.
Should have done it already.
Mr. Collins? No. Yeah, but it's my meeting. Mr. Collins, please be quiet.
Please, folks.
All right. I want to thank everybody for speaking, but in the interest of balance, I think I'd like to hear a representative of ICLEI come and speak to us. We heard 22 people tonight, something like that. I think it's only fair that we have someone from the other side. Forgive me, I just got on the council a couple of weeks ago. I want to thank everybody for a spirited introduction to my time here. But I have to tell you, you all know a lot more about this than I do. I admit that from the get-go. But I really don't appreciate being called, let's see, a Nazi. Someone who wants to reduce the population of this country from 300 million to 15 million. Somebody who wants to impose world domination. And a host of other things. Oh, and wanting to impose an insipidus virus at all levels. I did take an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. I do know that the United Nations is not the lawmaking body of this country. And I do know that in the interest of fairness, I want to hear from people who are representatives of this organization. Thank you.
Mr. Grisilli.
Well, I was on the council. I don't know what the vote was. I wish I did. I'm not
4-1.
4-1 that night?
Mr. Grocott, you need to be recognized by the chair.
Sorry. He asked.
Mr. Grisilli, he didn't ask you, Mr. Grocott.
Anyway, there are two sides to every issue. You know, we were polite and quiet when other people spoke. I would hope that other people would respect anyone else speaking also. There are always discussions about regionalism and how it works. There's a meeting on February 23rd that I'm going to be attending representing this council relative to housing and what housing is going to be like in 2035. And I can tell you right off the get-go that they've got some numbers for this city that are unbelievably wrong. There's no way that we're going to get another 15,000 or whatever the number is units in this town. And I'll be telling them that if they, you know, one way or the other. So there are other issues or other points of view and other opinions. And just because perhaps some people are involved in this area doesn't mean they disagree with things in other areas. I think Councilmember Collins has made a good point. And I appreciate, by the way, all the people coming from the distance. Obviously, you folks are very committed to this, and I appreciate listening to you. I would like to hear the other side, quite honestly, from the others, from ICLEI's point of view. But having said that, tonight what we're doing is this is just a discussion. We're just so everybody's understanding, and the city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, we're not voting on anything. There's nothing on the agenda here to vote up or down on ICLEI. So we're listening, we're hearing things, and what we do after that could be agendized or not agendized, but I want to make sure everybody understands that. We're not going to be having a vote tonight. Like I said, difference of opinion happen all the time. I don't agree with everything in SB 375 or AB 341 or some of these other numbers things. Some I might agree with, some I don't. But that's the law of the land. We have elected officials. Now, you may think that all the elected officials are coerced or were appointed or somebody on high just goes, oh, you're in. It doesn't work that way, and I know you all know that. If you have issues and points of view, which you're giving to us, that's great. If you think we're doing it wrong, that's fine too. That's the way this country works. Then you get us out of here. But you don't get us out of here by yelling at us or by calling us names or by doing that stuff. You go to the ballot box and you take care of it. And that's the way the country works. Now, other cities, I don't know how they run. Belmont may run differently. They have a different water system. That's all I know. But what we do here, we stand here, we vote and agree or we vote and disagree. And Mr. Grocott and I have been on here he's been on for 10 years and I've been on for 6. We've agreed on things, we've disagreed on things. But we're respectful and we vote, and this is the way it works. So I just want to, those are the comments that I have. And again, I appreciate all the folks that are coming, but I'd like to get a little more information on the other side. Thank you.
A quick point of clarification, it's not public comment. Mr. Rubens, the staff recommendation says that the recommendation is to confirm the city's approach to green programs and membership in ICLEI, so you are looking for a vote tonight, correct?
Well, the item doesn't require a vote by the city council. It was designed so that if the council wanted to take a vote, they could under this agenda item. So okay. A non-vote would have the city continue in its membership by default in ICLEI, or the council has a proper agendized item to take a vote.
I stand corrected. Excuse me.
Okay. Mr. Olbert.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Klein. Well, a number of people have made comments similar to what I would make, so I won't eat up an awful lot of time here. I'll just say I take my oath of office very seriously. I've spent over 10 years in public service. I make this next statement not because I'm asking for anybody's pity, because I'm not. It is a thankless job. But as I always tell folks who are considering running for office, it's also a great job to be involved with trying to help your community move forward, figure out what that means. There's often heat there, but as I tell people, if you like to cook, you have to take the heat in the kitchen. So I appreciate everybody coming here. I recognize the sincerity of the comments that people are making. Somebody once said, we are all patriots here. But one of the things we have to remember is that if you look at history, patriots have often disagreed violently on that point about how we move forward. I am a tremendous supporter of private property and property rights. This country has been very good to me in part as a result of that. I've spent a fair amount of time studying the issues that were raised here tonight and various other things. And I will tell you that I appreciate your input. It's something I'll definitely keep in mind, be looking at things as I go forward. But for me, I do not see the clear and imminent danger, I guess I would use as a phrase, that I hear an awful lot of people talking to. And as a result, I don't know what my colleagues want to do. I'm fine with either not voting on this. I'd also be happy to put it to a vote. I suppose if I had to choose, I'd say it's always good to have votes. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Olbert. I only have a handful of comments. First off, I agree with a lot of what my colleagues said. I did the study, and I've been talking to city staff and been going on the internet for 4 months now, and there's nothing that I believe that was said tonight that it really is based in a lot of fact. And I'm sorry. We pay $600 a month in dues, or a year, sorry, $600 a year in dues. We pay 10 times that easily in toilet paper in this city, just for our city buildings. It's not a huge economic interest we're putting into ICLEI, and we don't, frankly, get a lot from them. We just get some numbers and some spreadsheets. I think it's ironic when a group of outsiders comes into a community and talks about outside influence. The hypocrisy in that just staggers me. Being called a Nazi is always interesting. You're talking about the systematic wiping out of an entire race, and are sustainable policies. I don't even know how you make that connection. And you talk about, well, we're personally attacking you, and then you talk about impeaching us and all these other little veiled threats. And, you really should take a long look in the mirror sometimes when you talk to people. Okay, Ms. Bacigalupi, I'm talking about you. You said personal hits, and you have... I'm not going to engage in this. I'm not going to engage in this. And this is coming from a place that I just don't understand. I really don't. I don't understand a lot of the movement that's going on in this country. I don't understand where it comes from, but I truly believe it's not based in fact. So I would like to see a motion that we affirm our membership in ICLEI.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Olbert.
I actually forgot to add a comment. May I?
Yes.
When you're done. There's one thing I did want to say, and it actually relates to my comment about heat in the kitchen. Brian, I'm going to be a little bit perhaps more open here than is often the case. You know that you and I don't agree on everything. In fairness, not about you personally, you probably also know that I have raised questions in the past about, on the campaign trail when I was running for this office, about whether or not the city, in the current economic environment, ought to have an assistant city manager position. I say that as a preamble because what I also want to say to everybody in the room is everybody in the city government is accountable to the council. This council is accountable to the people of San Carlos. To the extent that there are errors or omissions or lies or whatnot that have been alleged, committed by staff, we will resolve those and deal with those. But Mr. Mora, I guess I said Brian, I'm not supposed to do that. Mr. Mora, I very much appreciate you making the presentation. Somebody once said you can recognize the pioneers by the arrows in their back. I think I've learned something else. You can sometimes recognize public servants by the arrows in their back as well. So thank you for your efforts, and thank you for doing that.
Okay. The chair will entertain a motion.
I move that the city of San Carlos, I guess what I want to say is retain its membership.
Reaffirm
its membership in ICLEI.
Is there a second? I'll second it. Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott? No. Councilmember Olbert?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
Yes. And with that, this meeting is adjourned. Have a good night.